Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great Saturday. Infinity, I'm getting a yes. Page of Wands. Yasarat, I am getting a yes. Seven of Wands. Jojo. You will, but it might be a while before you see them again. The Hanged Man. Nisha, yes. Three of Wands. I think this will follow up with another date. Emmy, yes. Queen of Swords. You're welcome. To those of you who said thank you, you're welcome. Hannah, no. Eight of Cups. Thank you guys for liking. Nisha, I am having a good Saturday. Thank you for asking. It's been very peaceful. I feel very blessed today. Margaret, yes. 10 of Cups. Lala, I'm getting a maybe the Hierophant. But you know what? I actually think this is a yes. I think I got the Hierophant because this card talks about figuring out where you guys stand, if you're on the same page, that kind of thing. Because the Hierophant is usually where you have a lot of things in common or not. So I double confirmed and I got the Justice and Ace of Wands, which says follow your heart and take that initiative when you feel it's right to speak the truth to one another. Renee, yes, the Star. Kevin, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Ah, Lala. That's exactly what you want to talk about. Love it. Okay. Kevin, I'm getting... What am I getting? Is this a yes or a no for Kevin, please? I feel like I need to confirm with my pendulum. I have the Seven of Swords. This card is a yes, no, is a maybe. Let's see. I think this can change, Kevin, but right now I'm getting a no. I'm wondering if that has to do with the timeline that you're asking about. I also want to thank you guys for being really gracious and understanding on the nights that I can't do free questions. I noticed that you guys don't like flood my chat or whatever. You know, you see that I'm not doing free readings and it's very rare that I don't do them. And I have my reasons. It's because maybe I need to dedicate my energy to like the donations that are being made because maybe I'm feeling very low energy or not feeling well. Sometimes it's just I don't have a lot of time to dedicate to a live stream. So I just want to let you guys know that I see you. I see that you're paying attention to that and that you're not like flooding my chat asking if I'm doing free readings. And I just want to thank you guys for respecting that. All right, this is for Smiley. Smiley, I'm keep getting a no. I feel like you're looking for something more or something that has more to offer you. Maybe you have a specific like checklist of what you want that house to be location wise, or maybe like what the like, you know, deal breaker things that you want a house to have and you find that you're settling for it. I think satisfied is a strong word. I don't think this is your forever home. I'm getting a no. But I think you'll be comfortable here. I think that it's okay for the time being. Six of Cups. Deanna, I'm getting a yes. Four of Cups. You're welcome, Jojo. You're welcome, Kevin. Hey, Rising. Hey, Blessed One. Hey, Pretty in Pink. Eagle, I am getting a yes. Three of Pentacles. They feel you're a hard worker and you work well with other people. It's the card of like thinking that you're a good fit for the team or the company. That I am getting a no. The Death card and the Hermit. Yes, all is well, thank you. Thank you for the donation. You're welcome, Nat. I'm getting a yes, Rising Storm. 6 and 4 of Wands. Blessed One, I'm gonna just ask if you're gonna get in a relationship soon, because getting in a relationship is different than getting married, and also you're throwing in a timeline. So I think that this can be a very muddled answer because I got a no for you. And I just want to be more black and white and less wordy with your question. So I'm just going to ask, will you get into a relationship in the near future? All right, I'm getting Libra and Virgo season for you, Blessed One. Virgo and Libra season. So around the fall time, it's the only information that I can pull for you about this. Pretty in Pink, thanks for the sub. Rising, do you want to message me on Instagram instead or email me about the second question? Or if you feel comfortable, you can post it here. You can say like he instead of the name if you want. Hi, boo boo. Okay, I am getting that this person finds you attractive, Pretty in Pink. You're welcome, Eagle. You're welcome, Rising. Okay, that sounds great. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us for that round of free questions. I hope you enjoyed it with me. I'm going to go ahead and move on to our donations now for the evening. We are going to do the giveaway if people want to participate in that. It's where if I hit 25 likes on this video, I will do a free reading for someone at random. The only catch is you have to be present to win. So stick around. You can check back in periodically to see where we're at if you can't hang around, but you do run the risk of not being present if I announce a winner. And when we hit 25 likes, I will be doing that giveaway. If for whatever reason I don't hit 25 likes, we won't do the giveaway, but it's a very achievable goal. There have been many winners with this giveaway in the past. All right. Okay, Rising, I'm shuffling for your first question. Amy, I got your donation. So, rising, um, he looks at you as someone who can give him like a better life. I feel like he looks at you as like if he could be with you or have a relationship with you, that you would better his life in some way, and that maybe he could get out of this very stuck and stagnant place that he felt like he has been in. Oh, hey, Amy, that sounds great. Hi, Angelica. Hi, bestie. Um, I feel like he looks at you as some type of like, I think I've said this before, rising, like a compass. He looks at you as right from wrong. I think that he looks at you as probably the healthiest person in his life. And I think that he wants more of that. I think he's not used to someone being healthy, being wise, maybe even spiritually inclined, if you would resonate with that description. And I feel like he thinks that once he can get to you, he can overcome. And he looks at you as like the truth. He looks at you as like the true north, like someone who's very fair and just. And I think that he feels that he needs more of that in his life. You are the ideal for him. And I think that what really bonds you guys together is the fact that you're both parents. And I think that he feels that he needs that kind of understanding if he were to enter into another relationship. He really feels it's special, knowing that you both are parents, because he feels like it's a level of graciousness that you will give to him if something happens, because you'll have a level of understanding that people without children mostly don't get, they don't relate to. So I think for him it's very important that the person that he gets involved with um, is a mom themselves, just because he feels like there will be that already, that common ground, that bond that will unite the two of you together. And I think that from what he's seen, he feels like you're a really great mom. We also have the Queen of Pentacles, and this talks about yeah, so like yeah, so rising, so if like for whatever reason like you guys were gonna hang out, he's like, oh, my kid is sick, like unfortunately I'm not going to make it. Maybe someone who doesn't understand that wouldn't get that, and they wouldn't be understanding. They'd want to be treated as the priority. But you would say, I completely understand. And there's just like that level of just like yeah, understanding that, when things like this happen, it just kind of helps like soften it a little bit. And he doesn't feel like he's going to constantly have to be explaining himself as a parent. And that's really going to help the love connection. With the Two of Cups, to me, it just feels like he could be coming more into balance or more into alignment with you, rising. The Justice card also indicated to me, for some reason, when I saw the number 11, it made me feel like you guys are living a parallel life now. I feel like at some point he feels like he's caught up. So the description that they're giving to me is that there's two roads, they run alongside. You're on one road and he's on the other. And for a long time, not only were you on separate roads, but he was far behind you. You were way ahead of him. And now it feels like you guys are walking at the same pace. You guys have met up. You're still on different roads. Eventually your roads will merge, but he's feeling like at least you guys are kind of catching up to one another and kind of finally feeling like you're in the same place, even if it's not on the same road. Do you know what I mean? But he feels like still romantic feelings towards you. And I think that he has deeper feelings as well than he lets on. Of course, there's only, to a certain extent, what he can feel for you, because of the inability for a relationship to become established within your life. as of right now, but I feel like he likes what he sees. He definitely feels that you're so beautiful, and I feel like he feels there's a lot of common ground that would be really easy to build like a solid foundation with you. So that is what I have for that first question. Let's go ahead and move on to your second. All right, let's shuffle, and I'm reading your question now. So, Rising, I see your question. I know that you had asked me about this as well. Do you have your suspicions? Or whether was did you see something, or do you just have a feeling that and you were getting confirmation from me? All right. So the first thing I have out is the Eight of Wands. And so she feels as though, yeah, you have a feeling. Um, she feels as though she had like urgent matters to address with him. Um, whatever the hell that means. I do feel like she could have like had news or information she felt like needed to be handled or addressed in person. This could also have been like a drop off. So it could have been a conversation that happened with a drop off, like when they were passing the kid around back and forth. Because I see here with the Six of Cups, and you know what, like in the Rider Waite deck, what the Six of Cups looks like is like two people, and he's got a bouquet in his hand. And so I'm viewing like the child as the bouquet, where they're like passing the kid back and forth. So um, I feel like that might have been like the main reason, but then I also feel as though that there was some kind of urgent matter. She felt there was an urgent matter that needed to be addressed. The Eight of Wands indicates that whatever this was, she didn't think very clearly or think thoroughly through when she addressed this with him or had a conversation with him about it. Um, Something tells me it was like exciting. I don't think that it was bad news. It feels like kind of like a decision that she's rushing to make that she wants to share with him. I have animals and I also have the strength card. There's animals depicted on here. This might be a really like long shot, but for some reason I'm getting like a message of she's got something to do with like a pet or an animal, or she's thinking about getting one and maybe wanted his opinion on it. Maybe an opportunity fell into his lap. To me, it feels exciting. It doesn't feel dramatic. It feels like, do you want to see your kid? And also, I have something really exciting to talk about. I feel like she was looking for a way to connect with him when having this conversation. By involving him in this process makes her feel closer to him. It does feel very brief though. Seven of Swords seems like a very quick interaction. I don't think that it was like for a very long time at all. Oh, and then another message is if they weren't passing the kid back and forth, it could have been like the kid's, thank you, Spirit. It could have been like an item that belonged to the kid. So like maybe she needed an extra pack of diapers, or maybe he left the kid left his like special blankie or teddy behind, and so she was coming to pick it up. But there was definitely some type of physical exchange and then a conversation that happened during that, and it felt very like rushed. um and it felt like someone was in a hurry, to be honest, but there was a tangible reason, like a physical reason, that she stopped by. So he might have needed something from her physically, like an item of their child's, or maybe the child left something behind that she needed, and they were like passing this back and forth. But it felt quick. Did you have any follow-up to this? She is probably doing this on purpose. You're welcome, Smiley. Hey, Day, welcome in. Thank you for the donation. Let me see where you're at on my list here. I've got you after Amy, and we're going to get started with Amy soon. Was she doing this on purpose? Was she doing this on purpose? Yes. 3 of Wands. Eight of Wands is here again. I'm starting to wonder if maybe this was intentionally left behind. Maybe she left something behind and like acted like she needed to have it right then and there. So it could have been something that she left behind. I feel like it's related to their kid though, so I feel like it's like a jacket or a pacifier. I don't know, like just something pertaining to their child. That's a message I got that I channeled. What I saw on the cards is it might have been like her picking her kid up, but there was something here of an exchange where there was some type of exchange, and then I feel like it was intentional, and I also feel like there was conversation that happened. Someone felt rushed, either her or him felt like they had to hurry up and leave, but there was conversation that was brought up, and maybe she was being like calculated and like, oh, I know I don't have a lot of time to talk about this now, but like let's talk later, just to have an excuse to like communicate with him again about it. I don't think there's anything that she does that isn't calculated, to be honest. Not really. Amy, you can post whenever you're ready. You are welcome, Rising. Thank you so much for stopping in, girl. Okay, Amy, that sounds good to me. Yes, I understood what you were saying. Hey, James, welcome in. I just got your donation. Rising, I think you donated again as well. So, one thing I'm hearing, Amy, is that as time goes on, they're going to appreciate your bond like more and more. And I know that we kind of touched on this before, but you're very similar to Eli. And I feel like maybe in the beginning it hurt, maybe in the beginning it was harder to be around really anyone, but especially someone who reminded them so much of their family member, you know. Um, and I think in the beginning it's just hard to be around people, period. But I think with you, it's like over time, they're going to come to appreciate your bond so much more. So I don't think this is like a connection that's going to be, how do I say this? I think it's not something that you can expect to deepen per se, because I do feel like as time goes on and they haven't, their life goes on and then your life goes on, and at some point you're going to meet someone else and you're going to be making more time to spend with like that person's family. I do feel like there's like this special place for you. And I feel like as their grief starts to feel lightened, not as heavy every single day, I think that's when they're going to want to be in your company and just appreciate you, appreciate the stories that you share, appreciate how kind and supportive you've been. And I think more than anything, just the love that you have for him is going to be really special to them. So I think that for however long that you guys are in one another's life, it's going to be special. And I think that it's important for you to know that as time goes on, the more and more they appreciate you. I think there's definitely going to be some visits to their house, or maybe you invite them to yours. I see the word home here, and I feel like you, Amy, can be like a very positive person, very happy and bubbly, and there is this like childlike wonder about you as well, where it seems almost like you have this like child essence that you've been able to bottle up and just make it a part of who you are and your personality. And I think that it just like people get happy around children, it's just something like that about you as well. And I think that you will just light up sad times. And I think being in your company is going to be a lot easier for them as well as time goes on. James, yes, I can do that for you as well. A friendship, yes, exactly. It's like you guys are always going to know what you mean to each other. Even if you grow apart, there's always going to be that connection that can never be broken between you both. I think that it makes them maybe a little bit sad. They don't see it yet, but they will. Right now, they're more so grieving the loss of him, but they will see over time, like I said, when their grief isn't as heavy, that there's a bit of bittersweetness when it comes to you, because they will have realized that if he didn't pass away, that they could have eventually developed a really deep relationship with you. And they'll never know. Now they'll never see it play out that way. So yeah, I mean, it's like there's a mix of feelings, but they look at you as just this very positive, supportive, thoughtful, generous, beautiful, kind person that it's a pleasure to know you. And I think that their appreciation for you continues on and maybe just gets stronger as time goes on. And I don't know if you've like been wondering, but I'm definitely seeing like with home and reconciliation is that there will at least be one more visit that you guys spend together. Maybe more, depending on what you guys choose to do with that. You're welcome, James. Yeah, because I told Eli's mom up front, like, I will make a portrait of Eli, like a painting. Hey, Infinity, thank you for the donation. I'll add you to the list. If anyone pays to skip the line, it's $5 to do so. And if you do, can you please let me know in the chat? I want to address that as quickly as possible. You said, yeah, I really hope I can see his house again. Yeah, I think so. This is like a pretty magical card. I feel like you will. I think it's actually something that Eli would want as well. Is for you to just get one more visit, one more look around at least. Just to kind of feel that closure because that's where you spent your time with him. You're welcome, Amy. I hope you enjoyed the reading. And Angelica, if you're still around, hi, hello. Thanks for being here. You might have to steal it, Amy. I don't know if they would notice. I guess it just depends if they've packed up his room or not, but they'll probably leave it the way it is for a long time. Hey, Rising. All right, I'm going to bump you to the top of the list. Day, I'm about to shuffle for you now. Okay, Amy, have a great night. Go get some snacks. I need some advice on what you pick up about having... Wait, about you pick up about majoring in law and going to school to become a lawyer or a new thinker. Keep getting signs all day, like to switch, but I don't know. Okay, so first of all, Day, you can do both. You can do both if you really, really want to. But let's focus on law. Let's focus on law. What information do you have for Day about majoring in law? Okay, so they said that not only is this a professional decision, but this is also a financial one. They are showing me the Two of Pentacles and saying that this would be something that you would have to be dedicated to, especially when it comes to going to school for something, period. There's always going to be finances associated with it. And you can get, as much of scholarships and grants as you can, and hopefully that will help soften the blow. But they are saying that this would require a lot of juggling on your part. And so you would have to get really real with yourself to determine if this is something that you feel compelled to do, feel strong inspiration towards, and you don't think it's something that you're gonna grow tired of. If it's an interest or something like that, it might not be a strong enough reason to do it. But if you've always kind of felt this way in your heart, this is something that you've needed to do or wanted to do, and you feel like you just keep getting more signs and signals about go ahead and doing it, I feel like then follow that call, follow that like life purpose mission for you. But they are talking about how this is going to require a lot of balance and resourcefulness on your part. This also indicates like juggling personal life as well as school, and that you can do it. You can do it all. It can also be talking about juggling both the lawyer or the news anchor if that's something you feel called to do. But they are saying that it might cause some extra stress on you if you're not fully sure. I think it's easier to go through this type of schooling and get these degrees when you feel like it's something that you're meant to be doing. But make sure that you get really real with yourself and know that you're in for a long ride. But I think you can absolutely do it. I see here that you have a lot of intelligence, and or like a high intelligence, I should say, that you're here as a page. So I see this like craving for knowledge and craving for to learn more and know more and have more of an understanding about things like this. The Page of Swords is a lot of or I guess is like a student, someone who just wants to absorb as much as they possibly can. Very curious type of personality. Um, I also see here with the Three of Pentacles, there's something about apprenticing, collaborating, working with other people. Can you tell me how this would go for her financially? You would do really well financially. So maybe in the beginning, it would cause financial decisions and possibly stress, but I think in the end, it would definitely pay off. I have the King of Pentacles. This would make you feel really secure. Would she enjoy this job? Would she enjoy this job? Would she enjoy this job? There's parts of it that you would enjoy as far as your accomplishment, as far as how it makes you feel more confident. It makes you feel like you've succeeded to something that you put your mind to that not a lot of people would ever dare to venture out and doing. I see that it helps give you a different perspective, like it helps broaden you or like culture you in some way. Maybe it's a way for you to help other people, and that makes you feel really good. But I do think the job itself coming through as the Nine of Swords could indicate that there's a lot of sleepless nights. There's a lot of yourself that you would have to pour into a career like this. So I think that it would be rewarding, but I guess I question how fulfilling it will be for you, um, because a lot of the times this is basically all consuming. And so, what are you willing to give up or not have as much of, or not have as much time to dedicate to if you make this a priority for yourself? But I think that it would be very rewarding. Um, I think that's all I'm picking up, but Day, if you have a follow-up question, let me know. Another message that Spirit just wanted me to let you know, Day, is that it's not something that you have to do. They just, I think that what I'm hearing is like you would be really good at it. You know, you would benefit the law. You would benefit the law yourself. And I feel like maybe it would benefit you as well in certain ways, but they're saying it's not something you should feel you have to do. you have the option here if you choose to do that or not. Sometimes people feel like a calling and they're compelled to it, and they feel that, oh, I have to do this thing. And I feel like it's almost like a part of their timeline that they can't really avoid having this specific life purpose. I don't feel that way with you becoming a lawyer. I don't feel like it's inevitable. I don't feel like it's something that you can't avoid. Like I think this honestly this ends up in your hands, in your free will to do so. You're welcome. Okay, so next up we have Rising Storm who donated for a skip. All right, shuffling for you now. All right. Rising Storm, this one's for you. I feel like this has to do with how she's wanting to parent Rising Storm. So I'm seeing the Queen of Cups, and at first I was like, is this his mom that's interfering? Is this her mom that's interfering? And I definitely feel like that could be the case. This could be like secondary. But I feel like the main reason is the way that she parents and the way that she wants to parent. Um, I feel like there could be some judgments that are coming from her onto him. Maybe he wants to raise, his kid a certain way. Um, there's like a topic I feel here that they're not agreeing on when it comes to how she's parenting him. And I feel like with the Nine of Wands, he's saying, I need to pick my battles. I need to figure out if this is really something that's worth having a conversation about, but he feels that it is. And I think that he's struggling and having an issue with how she's parenting, or she's having an issue with how he's parenting, and he's trying to figure out whether or not to speak up for himself. So there's definitely like they're butting heads on their son. Um, I see him here as the page. We also have another page. Okay. I feel like there's a lot of focusing on the negative. So when they're butting heads and not agreeing on the way that they're going to parent, it feels like to me that it's very difficult for either of them to see the other person's side. And I think that there might be like some type of like nitpicking or nagging that's happening here. It might even be because I keep getting like she has a problem with him, he has a problem with her. So it very well might not just be one-sided. It very well could be that she picked up on something that she didn't like of his, and he's like, well, while we're on the topic, this is something you don't like that I do, but I've been wanting to tell you that I don't want to raise our kid this way. So like they kind of meet each other with frustration. Um, and I feel like she's trying to maybe have the upper hand here. Maybe assert her, like, well, I spend more time with him. I know him better, blah, 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 all the bullshit. But I see here where it's like neither of them are coming to common ground here. Neither of them are compromising. It makes me wonder if that's why I'm getting like also like his mom and her mom, maybe like the parents somehow try to come in and intervene a little bit. Maybe they kind of insert themselves into the situation, but it's a specific thing that he says he's been kind of biting his tongue on and like mulling over whether to communicate this to her. And it specifically has to do with how she's parenting their son and how he feels like he doesn't agree with that style of parenting, or doesn't agree with raising the child like that in that way. And I also feel like she has an issue with him and the way that he's doing something, but I think it's more like I feel like this story. She kind of nags on him about something like that he's quote unquote not doing right. You're not supposed to do this that way. You're not supposed to make this that way, or you're not supposed to put that on that way. And it's almost like making him feel, she's like putting him down as a parent, making him feel like, he doesn't know what he's doing. And I think over time that like nitpicking and nagging kind of starts to get to him, and he like kind of lashes out and is like, you know what? I've been picking my battles. I've been biting my tongue. If you're going to sit here and keep talking about how I'm parenting and how I'm doing something, then let's go ahead and talk about you, because this is something that really bothers me. And I think that's kind of how the argument starts. Definitely has to do with parenting. And like I think in which the styles in which they're parenting. And I do feel like I'm talking in circles now. So, Rising, if there's a follow up to that, let me know. I don't think, the other message is I don't think that it comes to a resolution at that time. I don't think it's something that gets resolved immediately. I think this is going to be something that they have to work through, like a couple of conversations. And I think honestly, all of this is just building him to the point of, I think I'm going to have to get the courts involved. She's putting him down on purpose because she's not happy with him. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely aggravating it, but I also feel like this is something that she's been doing over time. Because when I hear like nagging or nitpicking, it makes me feel like it's something that's building over time and eventually he reacts to it. So I think that could be aggravating it more, making her more inclined to do it. But I think that unfortunately, this is something that she just does. You're welcome, Rising. Aw, you're sweet. You're the best. Thank you for stopping in. All right, this next one is for James. After James, we have Infinity. And Infinity, if you're in here, you're going to be next after James. So feel free to get your question prepped. If you want to post it now, you can, and I can hold on to it for your turn. It's up to you. Infinity, I have your question. Thank you. All right, love option 2 for James. What is she giving the connection? How is she showing up? Thoughts, feelings, intentions. Are there any influences or blocks? Overall energy. James, the first thing coming through, she's saying, I want to do more stuff together. I want to hang out more. I want to do more things together. I want to see what else we enjoy, discover more with you. And like, I think that she's excited to see what else you guys have in common because there's certain things that you guys do together and share together. But I think she's excited to see like how life plays out and what you guys end up enjoying that you have no idea about yet. She's feeling one and the same with you, cut from the same cloth. I think that she's here kind of ready maybe a little bit more to like put down some roots and because the Hierophant talks a lot about like traditions and things and being more traditional, being more conventional. So I think that she's here saying I think I'm okay with the idea of boyfriend girlfriend relationship. I think I'm coming around to that idea of like feeling more comfortable and it's not giving me like a heart palpitation or whenever like I think about it. It just feels really nice. And thoughts and feelings, she's saying that she's feeling maybe this inspiration to expand, to look forward to the future. I think she feels very grounded in certain aspects of her life, but maybe in love, it's felt like Oh my God, I just had a spirit. Don't let it go. Don't let it go. What was I gonna say? Um, it's always just been kind of something she holds her breath on, I guess. And the world here indicates that she's done with that. She's done with that feeling. She's done with maybe the past, and she's saying, I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to move forward. The world talks a lot about expansion, and the very next card here, the Empress, also talks about that as well. It talks about growth. It talks about the ground for your connection being very fertile right now. And so I see her kind of like looking forward to what's to come in a very like fantastical, dreamy, wondering kind of place. And I think that she's excited to see what's going to come. The Empress also indicates that maybe it's not so scary for her to be your ideal woman. Maybe I'm kind of getting an idea of like at one point it was kind of scary to think that she was all that you wanted. It was kind of like scary and terrifying a little bit. For her to think that she was everything that you wanted, I think was just a very uncomfortable feeling for her. And I think now knowing the same information but feeling maybe more confident in herself, she's settling into that, being okay with it and actually liking the idea of her being everything that you want. I think she's feeling a little bit more comfortable in herself, a little more comfortable in her skin. Um, Maybe she's even going through a period of glowing up and she's evolving, and maybe she's feeling like more confident in herself as well. So that's giving her like a healthy new perspective on a lot of things. And that includes you as well. I definitely see um, her intentions to continue to be like loyal to you, a good person for you to have in your life. She intends on maybe acting on her attraction for you as well. Um, what are her intentions? What are her intentions? Queen of Wands is just like the energy of magnetic, attractive, maturity, um, being well liked, being someone that everyone wants to be around. And so if that's her intentions for you, it makes me feel like she is saying, I like you. I want to be around you. I'm very drawn to you. There's a magnetic energy between us, and I'm here to explore that or see what that's all about. I don't have any blocks or influences. We have the Ten of Cups. So that's a great card to have here. It just indicates things are in alignment. Um, and that I don't really foresee anything today hovering over your relationship in a negative way, or impacting your relationship, positive or negative. And then as far as the overall energy, we have the Knight of Swords. So I feel like the two of you are like maybe feeling, I don't know. I'm hearing spirits say that you, James, feel very calm and centered and excited for what's to come. And I feel like she's mirroring that energy. But whenever you guys are together, it's very high energy. It's very like all over the place in your head. Maybe on the outside, you're coming across calm, cool, and collected. But I feel like the energy that's between you guys, you know? What is that MGMT song called? Electric Feel or something like that? It's like, ooh, girl, you shock me with your electric feel, baby girl. Wait, what is it called? I can't remember what the lyrics are. It's like one of my favorite songs. Um, so it's, ooh, girl, shock me like an electric eel, baby girl, turn me on with your electric feel. And it's basically a song about feeling electric between you two. And I do feel like that's kind of the energy I'm picking up. I don't know if I necessarily am getting that when you guys are not together. Maybe sometimes, but it's mostly that electric electricity or electric feeling when you guys are together in person, and that's like that overall energy. It also talks about big changes and opportunities. Jump in with both feet. Be direct and honest. You will get what you want. That's what I'm hearing. Be direct and honest, you will get what you want. Okay, so let's shuffle for your second question. Oh, that's cool, James. Family barbecue. All right, let's take a look. Okay, so it looks like you are changing the outcome of this weekend. So maybe we're finding things that she's excited about or that she wants to be a part of. Um, I remember saying, was it yesterday or maybe the day before, that there was some type of like impediment on why you might not see one another. And I never even thought about she has other plans. I never even thought about that, and I should have. So it could be maybe now that there's something going on, because I think you're saying that this is her family barbecue, if I'm not misunderstanding, and maybe inviting you to that. So maybe that's just like her having plans already and trying to fit you in to that. So regardless, I am getting a yes that you'll be able to make this happen. 10 of Cups. Again, 10 of Cups. I'm seeing like there's a lot of enjoyment. I don't know if you've ever spent time with these people that are going to be at the barbecue, because I'm assuming this is her family, not your family, so we're gonna go with that. But I feel like there's a lot of like good impressions that are being made, and socializing. So the three cups, or sorry, three of pentacles and the 10 of cups is here right now. Those are the cards I'm kind of like digging into for this reading at the moment. And to me, I see just like a lot of people around gathering, maybe a drink in hand, a refreshment, something like that, some type of beverage where, there's a lot of like talk and chatter, and from a distance, you can't really make out what each of the conversations are, but it just seems like everyone's really enjoying themselves, having a good time. For some reason, I'm seeing kids. I don't know if kids are supposed to be there, but I'm just saying what I see because I just don't know. But I feel like it's like if that's the case, then they're kind of off in their own world doing their own thing. And I think it's just really nice. It's like really comforting to have you there, or for you guys to be there together. It feels really nice. There might be music playing because I'm just like keeps visualizing like dancing, and I don't. I'm not necessarily saying people there are going to be dancing, but whenever I see like dancing, I only can assume that there's going to be music playing. So I'm just kind of gonna kind of draw that conclusion that there will be music. There will be some kind of like surround sound music going in the atmosphere just to maybe kind of like set a tone or a mood. Um, but I see like make good impressions being made, lots of exchanges. Um, uh, I'm wondering whose house this is. Like, is this her parents' house? Because I feel like you don't want to show up empty-handed. You bring something with you. Flowers, a bottle of wine, something like that. I feel like this is something where you show up with a gift or something in your hand to give to them. Um, And if I'm misinterpreting like whose family this is, keep in mind that this might be, if it's your family, she might be wanting to bring something and not show up empty-handed. But regardless, I do feel like this is something that goes through and it goes well. So let's take a look at your second question. It just feels, James, for that first mini question, just like everyone's just kind of gathering. Just a lot of socializing. Um, yeah, it just feels really nice. All right, how will things go when Patty finally meets James's brother, Tom, and his girlfriend? James, I'm curious if this is big brother Tom, or if this is a younger brother, or maybe you're, yeah, I don't know. Is Tom big brother? I don't know why I'm just getting, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean that. I know my husband is the oldest, but his little sister is like very protective of him. She gives like big sister energy, but she's the younger sister. So just know I'm getting big brother energy. Um, which is like Tom feeling like kind of like protective and just very observant. I don't know if this is a personality trait of his. I don't know if he's extrovertingly like protective and about this, or maybe this could be something kind of under the scene or behind the scenes or whatever. Sorry, my my cliches over here just suffering tonight. Behind the scenes, it could be something that he's feeling internally, but I feel like there's some type of like guardedness, protectiveness, watchfulness. And like when he meets her, he's kind of paying close attention to how you guys are interacting with one another, how she's reacting to you. If you put your arm around her, is she leaning in? Like, I feel like he's just being kind of very observant. Maybe his girlfriend is also. But I think that he softens very quickly. I think that he sees how happy you are to have her around and be in her company. And I think that he's very happy for you. I have the Two of Cups here. So I think that he is seeing um, the connection in real time. I think he's really picking up on that vibe and that energy between you guys. Patty's coming through a little shy, I feel, but what is the impression Patty's giving off to him? She warms up quick too. I feel like he comes in kind of protective and stoic, and then he softens to her. And I feel like she might come in a little bit more on like the shy, reserved side, but she opens up. Because I see the impression that she's making on him is a really good one. We have the Page of Cups here. So I feel like she's coming across incredibly brilliant, intuitive, interesting, introspective. Um, and it's like the more he sees, I guess, the more he's like, oh, okay, I see why James likes this girl. Or Jim, whatever you go by. And then I have the Six of Wands, which means success, which means that she wins everyone over. So, yeah, that is what I've got for you, James. Let me know if you have any follow up to that. You can message me later if you'd like. And then I am going to move on to Infinity. IJ, yes, I can take a donation for you if you'd like. Yes, you're welcome, IJ. You will be next after Infinity, okay? Depending on how the reading goes, I would like to know if I'll see him in June. So Infinity, I always allow if I feel, oh, I'll say this. I'll say it this way. If I feel like the reading was very like straightforward and quick to get through to find the answer that you're looking for, I will a lot of times allow for a follow-up question free of charge. But if I find that I'm elaborating a lot on your reading and getting a lot of information for you, then I might not allow a follow-up because I feel the reading was very thorough. So we'll see how it goes. But worst case scenario, if you have a follow-up, like a yes no follow up, it's only $5 to ask a question. So let's look into this and kind of see, yeah, let's see where the reading takes us. Okay. All right. So Infinity, IJ, that is my order right now. Brian, thank you for liking the live stream. My free list is closed for the night. I'm sorry to say. But definitely try back another time. I typically 9 times out of 10 will be offering free yes no questions or some type of free version of a question when I go live, but it's usually held at the very beginning of my live stream, so you have to get here early. All right, this is for Infinity. Okay, so Infinity, when you said love reading option 2, you're looking for the love spread, right? The one that says, what are they giving to the connection? Thoughts, feelings, intentions, outside influences block overall energy. Okay, gotcha. So that's a very specific reading. So if you have follow-up to this, you would have to donate more because it's not an open-ended freestyle. It's a specific spread. Okay, so let's take a look here for RM and Infinity. What is he giving the connection? Thoughts, feelings, intentions. The person ahead of you, Infinity, was James. He donated $24. He donated for a love option, and then he also donated for 2 mini readings. So he basically donated for 3 questions, in a sense, or 3 readings. That's why he got all the extra. Hmm. Channeling RM now. Infinity. What is he giving to the connection? Health, feelings, intentions. Are there any influences or blocks? Overall energy. Infinity. Okay. So for this person, I feel like they are on a like discovery for feelings for you. So I feel like some new feelings have surfaced for you. Um it could be maybe the separation is making them grow fonder for you or miss you more. And when I say separation, I just mean like if you guys are physically apart or not spending a lot of time with one another. I see here with the Nine of Swords, there's a lot of um, maybe dissatisfaction that he's feeling. It could have to do with the state of your connection at the moment. Maybe he's wishing that there was something more, he had more access to you, he could spend more time with you. But there's something about your connection that is making him feel like disappointed or dissatisfied in some way. I do feel like he feels like the power is in his hands. So what that means is like the ball is in his court. Like it's up to him to take action, or at least that's what he's acknowledging here. Um, I feel as though there's some type of difficult, maybe decision. The overall energy makes me feel like there's some type of difficult, stressful decision, or something that he's gonna have to like face his fears on or take more initiative on or be more proactive about. That's kind of like the overall energy. Um, is him feeling like he has to choose or make a decision between two things. I see here this excitement or desire towards a reunion with you. We have the Three of Cups. And as far as his intentions with the Emperor, he's saying that I um, intend to basically be unapologetically who I am. I think for him as the Emperor, it indicates a lot of stability, security, consistency, but it also is the energy of I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going it's a very unflexible or inflexible type of personality. Um so if you're looking for him to change, if you're looking for him to budge, be more flexible, more malleable, make some changes, things like that, I don't think that he's in that mindset to do that. He's here to say, I am who I am and I'm showing up as this person. Take it or leave it is kind of like the energy. Um, let's see. Patience is a big theme of your connection. So requiring a lot of waiting, a lot of patience, a lot of not rushing into things. But I think that with the Emperor being the intention, it would say that he feels like he wants to show up more for you or be a more stable and reliable and dependable person in your life. So I didn't get that there were any influence over the connection, but I did get that there was a block. So I asked what the block was, and I saw the Ten of Cups and the Page of Cups. So page, first of all, sometimes will make me think, oh, getting on the same page or being on the same page. So maybe you guys have a hard time doing that. The Ten of Cups talks about alignment, so seeing eye to eye on things or like finally being in the same place at the same time, wanting the same things could be a difficulty in your relationship. So that is what I have for you, Infinity. I feel like he is excited to see you again, reunite with you again. Um, I feel like he has a lot of happy times with you is one thing, and he likes to indulge in your connection and indulge with you. And I feel like if there's anything that um, is exciting that he's doing out of the norm, he chooses you first. Like he wants you to be that person to do those things with him. So for example, if they're like in your town, if there's like a festival going on, he thinks about going there with you, and being there with you. Or maybe he considers like inviting you to things or something along those lines. But the Three of Cups is just talks a lot about like celebrations and just having good times, fun times. Maybe he wants to focus as well on like just enjoying your time together. Maybe that's like important to him. Infinity. Hold on one second. Um, okay, so you want a full love spread. Okay, let me see what I have not answered for you. Um, okay, I'm just gonna pick on the things from the love spread that I have not answered for you yet, since you're merging the two together. All right, let's see. Amy, yeah, that's fine if you want to. All right. Thank you, Infinity, for typing that out. Yep, I can do that for sure. All right. Strengths and weaknesses. RM and Infinity. Show me a strength. Show me a strength. Okay, Amy, that sounds good. Show me a strength. Show me a weakness. All right, so the strength I am getting is that the two of you choose one another over anyone else. So, like, you guys would say that you're one another's favorites. You're welcome. You're one another's favorites. Like, you choose him first, he chooses you first. I have the King of Wands and the Five of Swords indicating that you win overall, and he wins, like, you pick him overall, essentially. That, no one really measures up, inspires, makes you excited. Um, the King of Wands is like the leader, so like the A1, the person that's like your top pick. Does that make sense? That's considered a strength in your relationship. As far as a weakness, we have the Four of Wands. So this can indicate that there's a lot of inaction in your relationship, meaning that you have a hard time getting him to maybe commit to things or take action towards you, or maybe he does, but maybe plans fall through. There's something here about there's not enough action in this connection. I don't want to like point fingers or blame or whatever because I'm not sure where this is coming from, but it's between the two of you together. So it's indicating that um there's a lot of like fantasizing and wishing and dreaming and a lot of things that happen between you guys energetically or virtually, but trying to ground the connection might be difficult because there's not a lot of action that gets taken. What is hidden? What is hidden? There's a lot of insecurity in the relationship, maybe due to instability. I feel like your biggest challenge is going to be trying to ground the connection. That's what they're showing me as what's hidden. Is that, and maybe it's something that you know, but with the moon and the Six of Cups here, is it's like trying to ground the connection, try to reunite you guys for good. It's easy for you guys to visit each other probably or spend time together. It probably comes very naturally as far as like when you're together, it's easy. It's not complicated. Like there's this great desire for you guys to spend time together, but maybe it doesn't last for long. Maybe it's like a small flicker of a flame that goes out pretty quickly, and it's like trying to ground the connection is going to be a challenge. Um, and when I say grounded, I mean like for good. I mean like for you guys to be very consistent with it, for you guys to have that commitment that you're looking for. Um, is there potential success here? I am getting a yes for you, Infinity. I have the Judgment card. So this indicates that um the two of you, so the Judgment card, I'm going to just back up a little bit. It has a red cross on it, and so it indicates like a healing of sorts. Everyone associates the red cross with like healing or resuscitation, bringing life back to someone, finding like resources to like make someone heal quicker or better or save their life. So to me, when I see the red cross on the Judgment card, it indicates like healing. And so I feel like as far as the success, we are getting a yes. So there is potential success here. But I think that what the main thing is that it's going to require the two of you. And I know that a lot of tarot readers out there are going to be like, you need to heal. But, and I feel like it's so over talked about. Healing is just such like a, it's just one of those words like empath or twin flame. I when I say it sometimes I feel like cringing because I'm like I really mean what I'm saying. I'm not just like blanket statementing this when I say this, but I feel like there's a lot of healing that has to happen. um Forgiving one another, this talks about absolution, so trying to put the past in the past, giving respect to what has happened between you guys, but not holding it against one another and saying I'm okay with putting this behind us if you are, providing clarity to one another. um maybe even working on yourselves, personal development, things like that. There's things that you guys can work on for sure, but you can get there. I am getting a yes right now with the Judgment card. So, yeah, that is what I've got, Infinity. Um, Lala, hey Luna, if I wanted a weekly love read and breakdown each day, what would I donate? I would say Lala, you can donate a mini reading. Since it's not something that I offer, I can just pull 7 cards for you. Hey Ray, yeah, you can donate if you'd like. Let me update the donation list here just so everyone knows where they are. Yeah, absolutely, Infinity. Lala, let me know if you have any other questions about that. Infinity, thank you so much for your donation tonight. Lala, I'm going to just go ahead and add you to the list. All right, let me see. I'm just double checking, Infinity, what you donated here, just to make sure that we're on the same page. 8. All right, 8 plus 9 is 17. The in-depth love spread that I did was 13. So Infinity, okay. So you donated 17 total. You donated 8 and then you donated 9. So that's $17. And then the in-depth love spread that I did was 13. So that leaves $4 left over. If you want to donate another dollar, we could do like a mini yes no reading. But it would not be enough for a mini reading because a mini reading is $8. So if you want, I can say you can donate a dollar to get you to a mini or to get you to a yes no, and I can look up will you see him in June and kind of see what cards come through if there's any other information I can elaborate on. Or if you want to donate $4 to go with the difference, then I can look into the questions that you're asking. Um, so I'll let you make that decision. I gotta grab a cord for my computer because it's about to die. This might be confusing, Infinity. So, okay. So a BOGO is two questions, period. A BOGO is you can ask 2 questions. So that's like if you have 2 specific questions that you want me to look in on. And I do, for those 2 questions specifically, I do up to 10 cards for each question. It's not always 10 cards per question. It just depends on how much digging I need to do to answer someone's question. But it's just 2 questions for the price of one, basically. You went from a mini reading to an in-depth reading to now wanting like a follow-up, like 2 or 3 questions. So when you donated, because I guess you donated to make $17, that does not include the love spreads. The love spreads are completely separate. So the love spreads are basically like a big bang for your buck because I'm able to look into multiple things for you, but that's why I have set love spreads like that. Unfortunately, that I can't include a love spread pricing into a BOGO because they're separate things. So we have to figure out together how to go about doing this. My pricing set, I don't really negotiate it. I feel like I've been doing this for 5 years, so I can't really, you know, just donate what you want and get a reading from me. That's not really fair to anyone else. So I think that we need to figure out what would be best. So I'm going to give you some options. The first option being that you can donate a dollar to get you to 5, and we can just do a yes no question for you and reconcile your donation that you sent. Or you can donate $4 more to get you to a mini because you have $4 left over plus $4, that's 8. And then we can do a mini reading for you, and I can touch a little bit more into these questions that you're asking that are more open-ended. And then the other option is I can send you $4 back to you if you don't want to donate more. But when I do refunds for people, I block you on the account because if I refund, I want to honor that, but I don't want to keep refunding people due to confusion. So if you want me to refund you, I can, but you wouldn't be able to donate to me anymore that way. And I'm really not trying to sound like a hard ass at all. I have much love for you, Infinity, and I'm really not trying to like be offensive, but at the same time, this is a business, so I kind of have to handle it a certain way, and I do hope that you understand that. Lala, I got your donation, girl. So I went ahead and added you to the list already because I knew that you were going to be donating. So that's the order. It's just confusing because both says in depth for 13. Um, so one of my in-depth love spreads are an actual spread. I'm gonna show you because I want to be very transparent with you guys. I know that you guys know I'm not here trying to hustle you out of your money, but at the same time, if someone's confused about something, I want to explain it further. So, love spread. There is a $13 in-depth love spread, and it specifically says $13 in-depth love spread. You both, feelings, intentions, wants, energies around the connection, strengths, weaknesses, what's hidden, is there potential success here? In-depth love spread, and spread is in capital letters under my description, so that way you know it's a love spread. And I basically do this spread that you can see on the screen, and it lets you know that that's what I am doing, love spread, right? Okay. And then as far as the in-depth reading up to 10 cards, it says in parentheses any question, meaning that you can ask a question and it will be in depth. So it's not the same thing. One's a spread and one's like essentially any question that you want to add. And so Infinity. Okay, let me take a look at what you sent. Um so we're gonna do a mini reading for you, it looks like. Let me put this back up. I appreciate you cooperating with me, Infinity. I know that you said you already sent. I don't want you getting frustrated. Hopefully you're not. But I do feel like if I'm being, called out and asked questions, I do want to be very transparent and clear about it. All right. So let's look into Infinity's next question. She donated for mini reading. So give me 1 second while I get my bearings together. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing any donations that are coming through. IJ, Amy, Ray, and Lala. Oh, Amy, it looks like you just sent another donation as well, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So this is the order. I'm throwing it in the chat. I am finishing up with Infinity right now, and then after that will be IJ, and we go down the list. If anyone pays to skip, please let me know so I can move you up as soon as possible. You don't sound like a hard ass at all. Oh, thanks, Lola. Most readers don't even explain. Says so much about you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay. So Infinity. Let's see what we've got for you, girl. IJ added to yours as well. I see that, IJ. It just came through. Thank you. All right, can we look into what's going on in the future of this connection? What's going on in the future of this connection? All right, so I see you guys overcoming this challenge, Infinity. I have the Seven of Wands here, which indicates that maybe the situation isn't ideal, but your desire for one another will help you navigate through whatever seems to be ailing the connection. If there's any issues at all, you guys will be able to overcome these issues. Six of Wands indicates to me commitment or public recognition of the relationship. So that indicates to me things like tagging one another in social media stories, kind of outdated concept, but like similar to like a Facebook status, updating that to being in a relationship with one another. A lot of times there's a lot of public recognition on someone's personal page. You might make a post where they may make a post about you, and then you're tagging one another, and people are recognizing that and starting to see you guys as a unit, starting to see you guys as a couple. Um, Oh, well, you're sweet. And I see here with the Empress is that you can expect good amount of growth within this connection as well. The Empress is here. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but a lot of times this indicates that you guys might eventually move in together or start a family together or get married. That could be very far down in the line, which is why I don't like to jump to these conclusions, but these themes are here, so I wanted to tell you that. Will she see him in June? I have a yes. We have the Knight of Cups, romantic, taking romantic offers, or giving romantic gestures is here for you in the month of June. Will they keep in touch after he moves? Will they keep in touch after he moves? They show me a yes or a no. I have multiple cards here, by the way, that are saying that you guys are one another ideal person. Will they keep in touch after he moves? So Infinity, I think there will be a time of separation for your connection. I have the Five of Pentacles and the Tower. I don't think this is because you guys don't want to be in one another's life. I think it's just very difficult, a difficult situation. It's kind of reminding me of, you know, those love stories where people say that they kind of lost touch with someone for a little while, but they came back together and spent the rest of their life with each other. That's kind of what this is feeling like. And maybe, maybe it's needed for you guys to have some space so that way you guys can be the versions of yourself that are married one day or living together one day. Let me see. Let me see. Do they talk every so often? Do they talk every so often? I am getting a yes. So when you say keep in touch, I feel like there is a little bit of a disconnect as far as making plans to see one another, but you guys never lose. When I say lose touch, I mean in a physical way. I mean, maybe you guys don't make a lot of plans to see one another or spend time together. Maybe you guys kind of like go your separate ways for a little while, but energetically, you guys are always connected. And I feel like there is conversation here and there. I do feel like you guys are checking in on one another and seeing how each other's doing, but the energy feels like you're watching from the sidelines and not so much involved in their life specifically. Um, when can we expect them to come back together? When can we see them coming back together? Okay, Amy, I just saw your message. I'm sorry. I did see it before, but I just didn't acknowledge it. When can we expect for them to come back together? Okay, I'm getting 4 months infinity. So there's gonna be it doesn't seem like a long time. I don't know if 4 months sounds like a very long time for you, but I feel like that's a pretty short span of time for you guys to be able to come back together. So maybe it's just like while he's trying to settle in with a new life or a new environment that he's in. But I think that things do go kind of quiet for a little while. You are checking in on each other periodically, but maybe the communication isn't as frequent or as strong as you'd want it to be. But I think after he moves, so what is that? When is he moving in June? Because I'm thinking more like before the end of the year, you pick your connection back up again. So is he moving over the summer? But anyways, that is what I've got for you, girl. We have the Emperor, Ace of Cups, the Tower, Five of Pentacles, Eight of Cups, Temperance, Knight of Cups, Empress. I pulled a couple extra cards for you, Infinity, just because I know there was a little bit of confusion and I wanted to make sure that I satisfied your reading in full. All right, so next up we have IJ. All right, so IJ did a love spread and a BOGO. All right, IJ, which would you like to do first? You said sorry, connection glitch. I'll rewatch. Did you say I will see him in June? Infinity. I got a yes on that one. I got the Knight of Cups, and that's like the card of like romance and romantic gestures and things like that, like showing your feelings. Hey, I Speak, how are you? Welcome in, girl. You're welcome, Infinity. All right, we're doing a love spread for IJ and NF. Loon. It's okay. You can call me Loon. How are you doing tonight? I feel like this was originally going to be a very like short night for me. That's kind of what I was planning on, but I'm getting like a little bit of a second wind, so maybe I'll keep my list open a little while longer. Doing good, doing good. Love spread for IJ and NF, please. Love spread for IJ and NF. All right. Um, yeah, I know. How does it feel to be a business owner, like work for yourself? Are you fulfilled? I'm just curious. Oh, I speak. I will definitely get to you. Um, in a roundabout way, it's fulfilling. It makes me feel great. It makes me feel like I can manage my own schedule when it comes to like certain aspects. Having a full-time job was better, like time off. I have to find ways to get paid while I'm not working because I'm not working for someone else who will pay me vacation time. But I like that I can kind of manage my life a little bit better. I like that I can schedule my life around my husband so we can try to spend as much time together as possible with his new job. I like that I can manage my home at the same time. I feel like I constantly am inspired to think of new ways to run my business and new things to do and new ways to add things into my life. And I feel called to do spiritual work. So I'm always getting inspiration on how to evolve my business. Every day it's something new, some new idea, some new inspiration. So overall, I feel very fulfilled, and I do not ever intend to go back to work if I can avoid it. I also like that this career is helping me get to my main goal, which is being a stay-at-home mom and having that flexibility to make money and support my family, but also be as involved and immersed in my family as possible. So that's my short answer, but I am going to get to IJ's reading now. But thank you for asking. I love questions like that. So, IJ, I have for you that your relationship is going to take off with this person. Um, I feel like there is much success, and I feel like your patience with her is going to pay off in big, big ways. I asked if the relationship would be successful. It's always the last card of the reading, but sometimes I feel called to talk about it first. So that's what I'm doing. And the Eight of Wands talks about how there's going to be like a big shift or a big change, and so much good is going to come your way. And you've been really patient, but I'm almost getting that something like clicks, something changes with her, and she's coming for you. And you're not really going to have to do much. And I think it has to do with your support from the sidelines or your gentleness or understanding. You know what you're putting into this relationship and into this connection. You know your actions and how you're moving, and there's like a lot of appreciation that comes from her for that. Um, so let's take it from the top. Their feelings for you. You are someone that they consider when they make a lot of decisions, it's like even if they have to make a decision that's best for them in that moment, I feel like they still want to include you in those thoughts and in those decisions. Does that make sense? So, like, if they're having to choose between this and this, and they're trying to figure it out, they might say, well, what would be better for my connection with IJ? If I were to do this, maybe that would be better for us. And ultimately, you might not be the reason that they decide this or that, but they're considering you. She's considering you in this relationship. You said you've been moving with more intention. I love that. Thank you, I speak. Yes, he's very, very supportive. I could go on and on talking about that guy. So she's thinking about IJ, like she's including you in those future plans. She's thinking about what a future with you would look like. And so every decision she makes, you're there in the back of her mind. And a lot of it has to do with how can I achieve this maybe faster or sooner so that way I can just finally enjoy my life. Um, Next, we have their true intention. So I have the Queen of Cups. I feel like she wants to show you her feelings, IJ. I feel like she wants to be like maybe in her soft feminine energy. I know that that's like a popular thing to say these days, but I feel like that's ultimately what she wants. She wants to allow you to lead. And maybe she's been hyper independent for a long time, but I think that she's ready to like, or she will be ready in the near future, maybe not ready yet, but I feel like she's working to a place where she's ready to be able to rely on someone else and let that person lead her so that she's not having to constantly be in this masculine energy. She's here as the Queen of Cups, feeling very empathic and nurturing and giving, generous. She wants to help be a part of an expansion on an idea rather than having to think of the idea herself, if that makes sense. What you want, I see here with the Ace of Pentacles. So I feel like maybe potentially you're working towards wanting to make her an offer. Maybe you're wanting her to accept your offer as well. The Ace of Pentacles has a lot to do with offering something real and tangible, not just talk. You actually are willing to put action behind it. Um, I'm getting what she wants. We have the Wheel of Fortune. So I do feel like she looks at you as someone who is meant to be in her life. The Wheel of Fortune talks about like the spiritual contracts that we have with people. So she can't really explain it, but she knows that you're meant to be here in her life. She knows there's a reason that you're here and there's a significance in your connection whenever the Wheel of Fortune shows up. That makes absolute sense. I want to be that safe space where she feels like she can just be. That's so sweet. Um, so yeah, so sorry, I forgot where I left off. Okay, what brings you together and what pulls you apart? I might need to pull an extra card on this because I'm trying to understand this. What brings you together? What pulls you apart? Okay, I understand now. So, a strength for you guys is that there's a high level of attraction for one another. And the Queen of Wands energy is like where I know you're a catch. Like, you know this person's a catch. They know you're a catch. They know that you guys could have anybody you want. And you may look at one another going, she can have anybody she wants. And she looks at you like he can have anybody. He can have anybody that he wants. You guys just understand the how much of a catch you guys both are. And I'm talking physically and also personality and all of the things, okay? And so I feel like the strength is understanding that you, IJ, could be with anyone and she could be with anyone, but somehow you guys find a way to one another. This magnetism, this attraction is very strong. And the Queen of Wands is also like the Leo energy, so it's fierce, it's protective. You guys are like that with one another. It's a family unit, if that it's like a way of looking at one another as like a part of this cut from the same cloth. They're tethered into your life, and it's not something that you really want to give up. um there was another message here. There's also like this fierce like loyalty to one another as well, and not wanting to give up on one another. But I think I already said that. The weakness is the judgment card. You would have to basically do some type of introspection, IJ, just to determine if this is also you, but it might just be her. But I'm getting with the judgment card that there's a lot of, I kind of mentioned it earlier with infinity. There's a lot of like healing that needs to go on or happen, and maybe you guys are actually in that process of doing that. But it can be seen as a weakness if the person is being really resistant to personal development, or not willing to see their faults, or not willing to see how they can improve their life. Being maybe stuck in a victim mentality could sometimes be a weakness, because then how can you move forward if you're not willing to grow? That kind of thing. The energy around the relationship, Knight of Swords, you have multiple cards here talking about, you said nope, don't want to give up at all. There's multiple cards here talking about like swift changes, turning points, things happening very quickly. And I also have that with the Knight of Swords. So the energy around the relationship is that there's a lot going on behind the scenes, maybe things that you don't even know about, or maybe things that you're doing that she doesn't know about. And ultimately you're working for to achieve that perfect goal where you guys can be in union with one another. What's hidden? We have the Two of Pentacles. So maybe not everything's figured out yet. The Two of Pentacles can talk a lot about like feeling very busy, feeling very overwhelmed, feeling like you need to juggle it all. She could be under stress, or maybe you're under stress and that's something that you're not aware of right now. And that can just feel very like burdening or overwhelming in general to feel that way. I don't think that you guys are making each other feel that way. I want to be clear. I don't think that you're stressing each other out or putting applied pressure to one another, but you guys might be going through your individual overwhelm or juggling life or balancing things. So that is what I've got, AJ, for your love spread. And now we can work on your BOGO. Good. I'm so glad to hear that. So, maybe she used to be resistant, maybe she's not anymore. Um, that is so weird. I just suddenly got the taste for funnel cakes. I'm like, is someone going to a fair? Is someone in here going to a fair or a carnival or something, eating like fair food? I don't know why I'm getting like funnel cakes, and I eat those maybe once a year, if that. It's probably like once every 3 years. So why in the world am I tasting that all of a sudden? I have no idea. Um, but yeah, IJ, so again, when we talk about strengths and weaknesses, we don't necessarily mean that's what's happening right now. We just mean that it may have been an issue at some point in your relationship. I'm glad that you're doing inner work as well. So she's definitely stressed setting up her business. For 2 BOGOs, girl. Thank you. I will add you to the list. I don't think that anyone has paid to skip. If anyone has paid to skip, let me know now while I'm looking at the chat. But I think everyone's just chilling in the order that they are donating in. So with that being said, Day, I went ahead and posted the updated list. I'm working on IJ right now. We're like halfway through his reading. Amy, I did see a message from you. Thank you for telling me. I might need you to remind me that you did that once I get to you. But I did see a message. I just haven't read it yet. You've been craving funnel cake for the longest time. Yeah. That is so weird. I keep getting like these random tastes for stuff. It's so bizarre. Maybe someone in here needs to like let loose and have fun. Maybe that's a message for y'all. Is like someone in here is just work, 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 work. Maybe it's a message for me. I don't know. But funnel cake sounds really good actually. Okay. Shuffling for IJ. How is NF feeling about things currently between us? Feeling about things currently. How's NF feeling about things currently? Okay, I feel like she's feeling a bit more hopeful, IJ. I'm not gonna say that things have completely turned around for her because, as you know, a lot of times things come with baby steps and also multiple exposures. So I think that this is a really good first step is what I'm hearing. This is a really good place for you guys to build on where you're at right now. And I do feel like she's having more hope or more faith in this connection. We have the Ten of Wands, which indicates that maybe where she might have been worried before, she's like feeling a little more relief in that department. Ten of Wands also talks about like endings and starting over or starting maybe a new chapter together. I have temperance here. So I feel like there's this desire for a harmonious relationship with you, something that feels calm, tranquil, serene, where you guys can both come to agreements and compromises in the middle. I see that there is some forgiveness that's starting to happen. And if forgiveness sounds like the wrong word, then change that to understanding because I feel like with time there's more softness that has started to happen. Things don't feel so harsh or rigid within your connection, and I feel like with the Chariot, yeah, temperance, slow, exactly. The Chariot here indicates though, while it may be a slow journey, it is there's direction to it. You guys know where you want it to head and where it's going, and not allowing external distraction to get in the way of your connection, especially if it's something that you want. I do feel like the with these intentions that you're talking about that you guys are both making is very important, but I also feel like there's this like feeling of I'm going to do my part, but after that, after I've done everything I can do, I'm just going to have faith. I'm just going to allow divine like blessings and interventions to make sure that we come together because I see IJ that I feel like neither of you want this to feel forced at all. You want this to kind of just happen naturally. You feel like you're starting to understand each other more. Good, I'm so happy. Then maybe that's why I said understanding. Um I feel like you guys just want things to happen organically, right? Nothing forced. And so while you're saying, I want to hold up my end and I want to do the things that I need to do, I also want things to happen the way that they're supposed to. And maybe there's this like understanding within yourself that if you rush this, then maybe it's not going to work. Think of your relationship as like a house. I talk about this metaphor quite a bit, is that if you rush in building a house, there's probably going to be some problems. There's probably going to be some problems in the foundation. Maybe the wiring is going to be messed up, the way the electricity was put in. Maybe the roof is going to cave in at certain points. Maybe like weight bearing like beams and things like that aren't really going to be built on the proper foundation. Think about if you rush building a house, how strong is that structure going to be versus if you take your time and do things the right way. The result is the same in the sense that you have the house, but one is going to withstand any kind of environmental extremes, whereas, or most environmental extremes, whereas the other one might have issues inside and also might be more weak whenever storms come around. So that's my metaphor, is that slow and steady is so much better. No crack in the foundation, right? No termites, no infrastructure problems here. So that feels really good to me, and I really feel like because this is about how she is feeling, she also is on the same page with this. She wants things to be built right. She wants things to feel strong, because that's where you both are going to feel secure, and that's where you're going to feel like you can actually walk into your house, aka relationship, and just relax and feel at home and feel at peace. And that's going to be really, really important. So I feel like she's saying, I'm on the same page here as you, and I really want to kind of just allow things to happen and unfold as they're going to. But I do feel like she's here saying, but I am understanding though that I have to like hold up my end of the deal as well. Like she's saying, I have to make sure that, he's not the only one putting effort into this, that I also have to show up as well in this relationship. Um, Oh my gosh, we're literally talking about foundations, and I have the Four of Wands that just came through. So, Four of Wands literally talks about foundations and building things up the right way. It talks about happy couples coming back together or coming home, reuniting. Um, Teamwork, success, and prosperity through that teamwork. So there's a lot of messages here about compromise. I think she's saying in this reading with the Four of Wands and Two of Cups is that ultimately her goal is to be in a relationship with you. I don't know if this is something that she's told you, but when she thinks about relationships or like long-term commitments, you are there. You are the person that she pictures in that place. And I think that she's getting a little more used to the idea of um, being a girlfriend or being a wife or whatever, being your partner. I think she's getting used to that. But she needs more time, I'm seeing here, for her to fully feel settled into that role. I have the Queen of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune. All right, so IJ, I'm ready for your last question. After IJ, we have Amy, then we have Ray, then Lala, then Day. If anyone can't wait around, you're more than welcome to leave your question with me if you'd like. You can also pay to skip the line if you want to be here but want to be moved up the list. It's $5 to do so. Or you can just hang out with me. That works too. If I don't have your question and you're not here when it's your turn, then I will have to move on to the next person and come back to you. She hasn't told me this, but I definitely picture her as that in my life. Oh, that's so sweet. I love love. Just out of curiosity, has she herself ever gotten readings on me? I feel like we mirror to a very large extent. That's definitely what I was picking up in this reading. I wasn't going to say it, but I definitely feel it. Or it's not that I wasn't going to say it, because I typically say anything that comes to my mind during readings, but it was something that I was sensing, and I didn't actually, like, I didn't process that in my head enough to articulate it. But I did, now that you mention it, I do recognize that mirroring in your readings. Okay, Amy. Perfection. All right. Has she herself gotten readings on IJ? Has she herself gotten readings on IJ? So the message that I'm hearing, IJ, is no. And specifically, I'm being told that this is a world that you're going to kind of open her up to more. So I don't know how much you know about her, like her views on stuff like spirituality and tools of divination. Um, for all I know, she introduced it to you. I'm not sure, but what I'm getting, the message here is that this is something that through connection with you and like hearing your beliefs and hearing what you do is almost gonna like open her mind to it even more than maybe she already has. I don't so basically I would need you to tell me how much she knows about this to decipher and interpret this reading. But I do not feel like she's gotten a reading from you yet. Um, Maybe she's here still trying to explore it. I do see here with the Page of Swords is that there's curiosity here. So curiosity being piqued indicates to me that she might have seen a little bit about it. Maybe she's seen it online. Maybe she's following some people who do tarot readings. But I see with the Ten of Swords and Eight of Swords that she hasn't actually taken the plunge to do it. Maybe she feels scared, nervous. Maybe she's not sure if this is something that she wants to do. Maybe she doesn't have the money. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure what this is, but there is a restriction surrounding getting a reading on you. But she's curious about it. Page of Swords. So I do see an expressed interest as well. She's been asking more questions about spirituality and soulmates. So IJ, that is what I was getting for you was that um you are going to be the one kind of leading the way with all of that stuff. Like the more that she spends time with you, you're going to be the one to open up her mind to tools of divination and spirituality and all of the things. Like it's almost like maybe her spiritual team will be using you as a tool to help expand her mind. That's like the message I was getting in the beginning. But then I was also second guessing myself like what if she already is into that stuff? But I shouldn't have done that because that's my intuition and my ego trying to clash. But um I feel so yes, to answer your question outright, no, not yet, but she's curious about it. But there is some level of restriction surrounding getting a reading, so there is something that's holding her back from getting it done. And I do think with tarot and with readings and things, you know, you kind of have to do stuff like that when you're ready to do them. No one can really force that on you. It has to be something that you kind of like discover and are ready for when you come to that decision on your own. um Someone can introduce it to you, but in order for you to go out of your way and say I'm gonna do this, that's kind of intimate and that's personal and that's something you have to come to the conclusion of on your own. But I do feel like she is maybe following some pages that does readings. She's curious about it, she's maybe learning about it and getting herself more comfortable to understand what it's all about. I do know from the outside, especially with like what is it like religious oppression, especially of how you've grown up in a certain way. If you've grown up with a certain type of religion, then they make you feel like these things are the devil's work and they're really not, and it's actually kind of crazy, but it's all about fear. So sometimes, like for instance, I had that fear over me for a long time, like, oh, I shouldn't do tarot, and I should have known. I've always been into astrology. I've always been into like stuff like that. And, you know, but it's just that conditioning that kind of made me think this is something I shouldn't be doing. And I'm opening myself to all kinds of stuff. And here I am, full on business doing this now. But it's just like I said, that's why I said it's very personal. If someone's going to do something like that or not, that's a decision that they have to arrive to and feel good on. But she's open to it. She's interested in it and she's curious about it, and I feel like that's a really good step for sure. But not yet. Not yet, I would say. Maybe some pick a card readings, maybe just to get herself familiar with it, maybe scrolling around like videos online where it's like if you get this message, it's for you. Maybe she stops on those videos and just sees what it's all about. But I don't think that she's outright gone and paid and got a reading. I speak. Why are you laughing at me? Makes sense. Absolutely. Yeah. So IJ, that's what I've got for you. Hopefully you feel that that satisfied your reading and gave you the clarity you were looking for. I appreciate you donating tonight. Um, I speak, you want to donate but deciding. That is up to you, girl. You let me know. I'm really trying to make it to Monday, the devil's work. Yeah, that's what they say, you know? Like, honestly, I think that's why, partly why I started with oracle readings is because I knew like oracles can be more like positive, light, love, whatever. And I just was like trying to work my way into it. It was like oracle was like my gateway to tarot. And then I learned, see, not that's why they say knowledge is power because when you learn about something, then you're not scared of it. And I learned about it and I was like, oh, oh. And now I love it. And now I think it's amazing and I think it's helpful and I'm proud to do it. And all of the religious family members, they know I do it. I don't hide it anymore. That was the other thing, the fear of like, what if they find out? What if they judge me? Then I was like, you know what? They've been judging me all my life with all their rules. So I'm just going to live my life and fuck the opinion. And you know what? They still love me anyway. So it is what it is. As a matter of fact, I think that a lot of the people actually find inspiration in the fact that I branched out and made my own choices. You're welcome, IJ. You're so welcome. I hope you have a good night. Amy, I'm gonna read your question now. Okay, so Amy, really quickly, because I don't want to hold this up too long. I've got you for an in-depth, Amy, and then I've got you for a mini as well. And then you sent me a message on Instagram. Okay, let me read the Instagram message and I'll let you know what my questions are. Hold on one second. Okay, Amy, let me shuffle for you now. I just read it all. Okay. So as we know, Amy, there were some residual feelings there for her that I don't think he actually ever got closure on. I think she decided to move on from him. And I think that even if he didn't want to admit it out loud, he would be in denial to say that he did not still carry those feelings around for her. Um, I feel like her reaching out to him to like check on him, he was perceiving that as she cares about me. And while that is true, he might have been reading into that just a little bit more than what it was, and maybe just wanted to see what was going on with her, what was going on in her life. I don't feel like he set out to say, oh, like, I'm going to do this thing with her. I don't think that he communicated with her and asked her to hang out to basically say, let's hook up. But I would be lying to say that that was not in the back of his mind as a possibility. And I think your gut is telling you that. And I think my gut is telling me that. But I also know that, he wasn't technically committed, and whatever he chose to do in his time was his prerogative. Um, so I think that's where it's going to be kind of difficult for you to separate the two, because I think you might be comparing yourself or telling yourself that you feel like you weren't enough. And what I'm here to tell you is Eli's perspective is I was confused. I have residual feelings for this person. I miss this person. I don't know if they're involved with someone else, and if they are, I'll respect that. Um, but I think he just kind of wanted to see what was up. I think he wanted to kind of see what was going on with her. Um, Maybe if she's still talking to someone. Um, I think that honestly, anything was on the table in his mind. I think that he would be lying to you and lying to himself to say that he wasn't down for whatever, because I think that he was. But I also think he thought it was a very, very, very small chance that anything was going to go down. I think that he didn't really believe that. I think he thinks that it was like very slim chance. Very slim chance that she'd even agree in the first place. And then secondly, very slim chance that anything like that would have happened. But I think that he was saying, I'm up for whatever. Because I feel like he's was not in the right headspace. I really don't. If we think back to what he was going through, I think that he was just a very confused, fragile, um, surprisingly emotional type of person that kind of acted on impulse. And clearly, he liked his impulses. Clearly, he liked his adrenaline rushes. Clearly, he liked things to be complicated and messy. It doesn't mean that he was a bad person, but you said, because all I knew that Eli could have known was Jenny was talking to someone. Right, right. Yeah, especially Jenny's in a relationship, and even during that time. But see, the thing is that they hadn't talked. Like, wasn't it like a month or something had gone on in between, a month or two between when they had talked versus when everything happened. So, um, maybe in his mind he was thinking that they weren't together anymore, or maybe he was trying to see like, I think really it was to catch up. I think really it was, I'm confused. I have these leftover feelings for you. I don't know if you're talking to someone new, but if you're not, then I want to talk to you. And if you are, I want to pick your brain. I want to see what's going on. Amy, for all we know, like, I'm getting the message he might even, if, and again, this is a trajectory that never happened, but if we were to have seen that play out, I feel like he might have even brought you up in that conversation. Because I think that he really just needed someone that knew him well to have that conversation with. But it seems like in addiction to trauma bonds, yeah, yeah, you hit the nail on the head, girl, 100%. Because we have the Three of Cups here, so I feel like he needed that. He's always had that level of issues in his life. And a lot of times when people are so used to things being at a certain level of toxic or a certain level of drama, and then things are healthy, their body doesn't know how to respond to that. They don't know how to take that. And then they look for the drama and the toxicity because it's what they're used to. And so, for all we know, he could have been in sabotage mode. He could have been trying to hurt his own feelings because last he heard she was involved with someone else. So it's like, was he just trying to like make himself feel worse by trying to have a conversation with her for her to reject him? Like, I think that he assumed anything could have happened. Um, but I will say, I do think that he would have gone there, um, if she was open to it. But I think that he honestly he thought that that was like a very small possibility. I don't think that he set out to do that. I don't think that was his intention. I think he was just trying to figure out what to he was just trying to talk through some things. I think that he just feels he's never gotten closure on her. She moved on. He has a lot of regrets in life, and I think unfortunately he comes back to those people well long after he should have. Like, there's things that he starts feeling well after the relationship is over that maybe he should have felt during the relationship, like remorse and regret. And it seems like he had like multiple connections with these people, with Crystal, with you, with Jenny. So I just feel like it was just very messy on his part. And I think that he would come through and tell you, he's not a perfect person. Right? Oh, wait, hold on. I missed something. You said, I won't lie, it did break my heart a bit hearing Jenny tell me that. Yeah. Like, I know and understand we weren't together officially. Right. That's why I wonder if he was also maybe wanting to apologize. Yes, I was picking up on that, Amy, for sure. Oh, yeah, that's right, Amy. You're good. You're good. It's okay. If Ray wants to post, she can, but I'm ready to move on to your next question, though. Um, you said for a in-depth. Sorry, girl. I got a little ahead of myself. I'm sorry. Um, but yes, so when you said that you were wondering if he was also maybe wanting to apologize, yes, I do feel like that is definitely a big thing I was picking up on. Um, the moon was here, so that just felt very like I've got a lot of stuff that's going on inside me, and I'm being selective with what I'm saying out loud versus what I'm thinking. But I feel like when you have the moon energy, you crave telling the truth and you crave bringing this to light because you've suppressed for so long. And so I feel like for him, he just was in this place of confusion and wanting clarity and maybe wanting to apologize. I feel like he had a lot of feelings and just didn't know what to do with them. And maybe that moment was a moment of weakness for him, but he figured I might as well try. Maybe he just didn't want to have any regrets. Yeah, Amy, I know. Um, but maybe these hard truths will be make it easier for you to move on from it though, because these are hard truths. You're getting this information firsthand from people who knew him. This isn't speculation. This isn't a reading. This is people who are actually telling you what happened. And, you know, um, that's tough. Correct, Amy. That is 100% correct. It was not his intention to meet up with her, was to hook up with her. His intention to meet up with her was to talk to see how she's doing, to maybe talk about his life. Maybe I think that he just didn't even know, honestly, what he wanted with that. I think that he just was craving closeness with her, craving closure with her or something. And he was just like, all I know is I feel like I might have a better understanding of what I'm feeling if I can talk to her. And then maybe knowing that they've had a history of being intimate together in the past, whenever you talk to an ex, there is always that possibility there of something like that happening. But I think that he felt like it was like a 1% chance. Like, I don't feel like he thought that was going to happen, and I don't think that that was his motivation to ask to see her. Yes, that's the hard part, is understanding that things aren't mutually exclusive. Both things can exist at once. Like, he can have feelings for me, but also, like you said, have residual feelings from his past. 100%. And that's growth, Amy. By you making that statement, that's growth, because that's a very objective understanding that things are neither black nor white. Things are very muddled and confusing, and there's always a gray area, at least when it comes to emotions. Maybe once you found your person, then things are very clear, but until then, I think things can be very confusing. All right, how did Eli? Ray, if you're in here, you can post, girl. If you want to wait, that's fine too, but just check in with me so I know you're here. My in-depth is just how Eli feel and view me in that last week of his passing. How did Eli feel and feel for Amy in the last week of his passing? Ray, I got your question, girl. Thank you so much. Yep, yep, exactly, Amy. And then we serve as lessons, unfortunately. If you ever get a reading with a medium, Amy, and they ask you, like, do you have any questions? I can see if I can try to answer. A question I've always wondered about him, and I don't feel like I ever get clarity on, was did he know, or did he always have a feeling that he was going to go early? Like, for some reason, that thought has always come into my awareness. And I don't know if that's for a reason, but I wonder if, like, this was a complete blindside to him. Or has he always all his life had this inkling or this feeling that he was going to pass away early on? And that could be, if he did feel that way, that could be the reason why he never really was able to really establish true commitments with people. I also know sometimes you can come across and find your person, but if you're unhealed, wait, hold on. Yeah, I also know sometimes you can come across and find your person if you're unhealed. Oh, wait, I already read that. She said Eli found you because he was unhealed, still processing his last relationship. He cared for you, and loved you the best he could, but he didn't know what to do with you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, the medium did tell you that? The medium told me he had this slight feeling he was going to pass early. Yeah. Okay, thank you for confirming that, because I've always wondered that about him. since it happened. And for some reason, that thought just like always pops in my head, and I never really know why. How did Eli feel and view Amy? The last week of your passing, he's saying that you guys had a very real physical and sacred physical connection. Um, he really felt like when he was with you intimately that you guys were like becoming one. Like it was like, okay, this is so cheesy, but it was like making love. Does that make sense? Like it felt very spiritual, very maybe tantric, very out of body. He felt like you were his best friend. Um, he said that his feelings every day were deepening for you, and he felt also like a friendship with you as well. Sometimes he would have feelings like he would wonder if you were the one. Sometimes he would like feel that way. He would get like rush of like feelings for you and wonder that. He felt like there were a lot of times when he would like question about the relationship because not because of anything that he felt about the connection or about you, but just because he tended to spiral a lot of the times. And he would always have to like talk himself back and be like, no, give her the benefit of the doubt, give this relationship a chance. So I feel like despite maybe his mental health, he always wanted to come back to trying to give this a chance and not talk himself out of it. So he kept like having to give himself pep talks in his mind of like, don't walk away from this. Like, you want this, you want to see this through. Like, give this relationship a chance, give her the benefit of the doubt. I think that he had like a lot of haunting stuff that would come through where he would start to feel negatively and question maybe at times his worth or like if you could truly care for him because he didn't necessarily see himself in the best light. Maybe he felt undeserving, so he's saying I constantly gave myself like reminders to give the relationship a chance. Yeah, Amy, that would have been nice for you guys to be able to have that conversation. I think just use this as a lesson, and I know that it's a very painful lesson, but use it as a lesson to understand that when you have the time, if and when you meet someone new, that you say what's on your heart when you have the chance, because you never know like what's going to happen. And so if there's questions that need answering, if you want someone to be more direct with you, be more clear with you, tell you how they feel, you let this be a lesson to you that you might not ever get the answer if you don't take the opportunity when you have it. How did he feel and view Amy the week of his passing? He is saying that there were thoughts of like he didn't expect to have a connection with you. Maybe he didn't expect it to be so strong, so quick. Or maybe he wasn't looking for anyone. He was maybe just looking for a friend or companionship. And I think that what he felt with you was just like very unexpected. Do you see yourself as someone that like the type of girls that he would go for? Like, would you say that you were his type? Because I think that there's something about you that surprised him, like felt different or felt unique. He thought about I think this was actually on the, like when he was riding around and he would think of you sometimes and he would just think about the times that you guys have spent together, like like your cherished memories. He liked bonding with you. He liked, talking about what your likes and dislikes are and what you guys have common interests on. Is there anything else? I feel like I don't have any other like I'm just looking over these cards again to see if there's anything else that's coming through. Yeah, nothing else is coming through on that, Amy. Um, you said, is it okay to ask if he was intimate with just me? I think he was, Amy. My intuition is telling me yes. I I don't want this to sound bad, but I'm gonna say I think that was not by quote unquote his choice because he always kept like you guys like a little bit he kept you at a distance and you know that and so I feel like he always left himself open to something else if it were to happen, but I don't think he was seeking out other intimate relationships. I think it was just what ended up happening that he was only with you. I don't think that in the time that you guys knew each other, he was sleeping with anyone else. And it's just how it happened. It's not he wasn't seeking it out with someone else, but he also wasn't closing himself off. It's just the way that it happened. I don't know if you just said set Lunar if I should donate to ask. Probably say I'm. Oh, you were his type visually. Yeah, there was something about you that was unique and different. Just stand out, stand alone kind of thing. But that's what I feel I would get if I did tarot. I feel like I got that answer pretty clearly. I really don't think that he was with anyone else when he was with you. I think it was just you. And I don't part of me is like, are you asking because you want to know if you were the last person that he was ever with? If that's like brings peace to you. And I think that you were. Amy, yes, you can donate for paper messages. Is it cool if I do Ray and then come right back to you? Okay, if you want to wait, that works for me. So I can just start getting through these other readings. Okay. Thank you, Amy. Thank you for your patience. So do you want me to put you back into rotation, Amy, or do you want me to put you in after Ray? Okay, just a reminder, everyone, just for those of you who are like waiting your turn and all of that, I just want to remind you guys that in my description, I let you guys do up to 3 readings at a time, where you don't have to wait in line again. So that's what Amy is doing, and that's why she's gonna be reading a reading after Ray, because this would be her 3rd reading. As long as you donate to me before or during your turn, then I will add on to your reading up to 3 questions in a row, and you won't have to wait in line again for that. It's just something that I do. The reason why I stop at 3 is just to be fair to everyone else that's been waiting. Okay, this is for Ray. Ray says, will I get a job offer from the school I interviewed with this week? Show me a yes or a no for Ray, please. Wow, Ray. Oh my God. Okay, so Tarot is telling me, yes, I am getting the Six of Wands and the Empress. I'm going to keep pulling cards for you, but this is a resounding yes. This is a you can actually celebrate now if you want to kind of vibe. So I hope I'm right because these cards are really great. They're basically saying that, um, there's no comparison to you. Like the Empress here indicates the ideal candidate. Um, Six of Wands talks about success, victory, and having the advantage. So I don't know if there's two better cards to come out to answer your question. I feel like you are at the top of their list, right? Let's see what other information I can get. We have Wheel of Fortune. Luck is on your side. Good luck. You have the upper hand or the higher ground here. I see here with the Ten of Pentacles that this is basically a culmination of your hard work, but this might be an unexpected offer to you. I don't know if you feel good about it. Like, I don't know how you're feeling. So maybe this will become as a shock to you when the offer actually comes through. Maybe you're holding your breath until you get it. But the Ten of Pentacles indicates that you are in perfect alignment, a really great fit for them. Um, if this doesn't work out, Ray, it's just because someone slid in like just before the buzzer. Like that might have more credentials or something. But I really don't I feel like you're such a standout for this. I don't see someone else coming in and taking it away from you. Um, I feel like you've worked hard for this, maybe beefed up your resume some possibly. But regardless, I feel like they really like you. And the Ten of Pentacles indicates that um, I had already mentioned a good fit, but there's a reason why I said that because the Ten of Pentacles talks about family. And so maybe they see you as just like a very good personality, a very good um, job, maybe no, sorry, very good personality. I'm getting like ahead of myself. That would mesh well with the people there, so that way it would be like more like a family dynamic in the workplace. Sorry, I've been doing readings for 3 hours and I'm trying really, really hard to make sure that I'm making sense to you guys. He said, I was waiting for another job, which pays more, but they didn't respond. I'm the only one they interviewed so far for the school I met with this week. Okay, well, I was going to say you're standing alone. Like, you're a standout candidate. So I would imagine that that might be why I got that information. And also just the Six of Wands, the Empress, the Wheel of Fortune, the Ten of Pentacles are really great cards here as well. Let's see. I feel like this is the end of a burden or the end of your job search or and if you feel like this is something that would only be temporary, maybe there was something else that you wanted, this might be like a good stepping stone to get you there because the Ten of Pentacles talks about having everything that you need to be successful, to set you up for life. And so if you don't feel like this is the job that you would retire from, this might be a good place for you to kind of add more to your resume to make yourself even more appealing to a future job that you might have. Did you have a follow-up question to this, Ray, before I move on? Since it's a yes or no question, I figured I would leave it open-ended in case there was anything following up to this question that you wanted to ask. Okay. Will she ever hear back from the other position? Will she ever hear back from the other position, please? Next up, we have Amy for paper messages. I have to grab those. Will she ever hear back from the other position, please? Right? Ever hear back from the other position? I'm double checking with the pendulum here. Okay, Ray, I am getting a yes. I obviously don't know what that response would be, but I do feel like you'll hear from them again. I got a yes with the pendulum and the Nine of Pentacles. Okay, let me grab my paper messages. Amy, sometimes you want the paper messages and they're not. I usually don't grab them, so let me get them real quick. Hold on. I'm back. See what pops out, see what he has to say. All good, Luna. Thanks for everything that you do. Oh, you're welcome. It just helps me with guidance and my own intuition and just my growth. Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure that it helps you like check in with yourself and see like how you feel or if there's things that you've already been feeling underneath it all, like maybe give you confirmation or something. So, I mean, that's what it's for. That's literally what tarot is for. So, especially with the screaming, just want to let you know that. Oh, of course, of course. Yeah, I always tell you guys, like, I'm here for you. I just won't always be able to get to you right away. Sometimes I find myself available to talk, and sometimes I'm busy, and I have to respect my own, like, mental health. And, you know, Mondays and Tuesdays, for the most part, are my days to kind of, like, block everything out and not respond. I really try hard to, like, give myself that space. So as long as you guys are willing to be patient with me in a response, I'm here for you. Okay. So let's see. Paper messages from Ela. Yeah, I really try to prioritize my mental health and my time off on Mondays and Tuesdays as much as possible. On a daily basis, I make sure that my do not disturb on my phone is on, except for my camera, my security camera. I let those notifications come through, but everyone else, you are silenced as soon as 11 o'clock hits. And then I try to turn off like my notifications for like Instagram and Facebook and all of that stuff. So that way I'm only looking at the notifications when I'm intentionally going to the app. My notifications turn off at 8 in the morning, so then other things can come through. My phone is pretty much on silent 24/7. Like, my thing is that I don't want to be at everyone's beck and call. I want to look at my phone when I want to look at my phone. And then outside of that, I don't even want to know that you reached out to me because it's just better for my mental health. Okay. So, So he's mentioning Amy about being reckless, okay? So I feel like here it's him saying like I was reckless with my decisions. I was reckless with my dis with like people's feelings. I was reckless with just essentially everything. Um and I feel like that's an acknowledgement here to tell you that he sees that about himself, or he knew that about himself. And it's funny because I said as he knew that about himself, I got the word knew here. Not the way that you spell like Knew, but New, but it still sounds the same, so I'm gonna roll with it. Again, paper messages are all open to interpretation. He said he was definitely reckless even with himself. Yeah, for sure. He is saying that he hopes that he changes. I have hope in change. So I feel like he's saying, like, I hope that maybe when he gets another chance, maybe if he reincarnates, or maybe he's saying over time, I hope that like that perception of me can change, because I think that he feels like how he lived his life is now immortalized, right? It's like all of the bad stuff, all of the things that he did and put people through, and the good, the bad, the ugly, everything in between. It's like now those are your last memories of him. And he could never change them, unfortunately. He couldn't evolve and he couldn't have growth and personal development because that was taken away from him. And so I think there is some regret on the fact that he couldn't, you guys are going to remember him frozen in time, is what he's saying. He's saying, you guys are going to remember me like as I was. And there's no ability for me to change your opinion on who I am and who I was. But I feel like he's saying, like, I hope you know I have changed. I hope you know that on the other side, I am processing this, and I'm acknowledging that recklessness that I had in your life. And, hopefully one day I can show you that I'm different, maybe when we meet again or something along those lines. Um, I think he's saying, like, you don't know how generous you are and you were to me. And, like, I feel like I didn't tell you enough. That's what he's saying. I feel like I didn't tell you enough, like, how much I saw your generosity and how thoughtful you were. And it's like, I noticed it, I recognized it, but I should have been more vocal about that. My heart is certainly sad right now, but I know I still care for him. Yeah. That's a tough place to be, with the place with no answers. That's a tough place to be. Mm, I feel like he's saying I meet you in your dreams, because I have align dreams and then I have cozy quality, or quality cozy. So I feel like he's saying, like, I meet you in your dreams, like when you're comfortable and asleep and your mind is not racing, when you let go and let your subconscious take over, that's where you can see me. Now, we don't always remember those dreams. Keep that in mind. So even though you don't remember doesn't mean it didn't happen. So because I know regardless of anything, I'd always be kind and hard, truthful to him. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely important. He's saying I was searching for the wrong thing. I think that's him saying, because he says searching wrong, like I didn't see what was in front of me. I was just lonely and I was craving closeness. I feel like he's saying I was looking for something in the wrong places. I think he's saying that he prioritized maybe sex over what he should have been doing. There's lots of different forms of intimacy, And he's saying sex was just easy for me, but I should have been prioritizing intimacy and closeness and quality time, not necessarily like making that the forefront of my relationships. Um, and I feel like honestly, like saying he was searching for the wrong thing also felt like that he didn't really see what was right in front of him all along. I think he was just like looking for connection in the wrong places. And he had a quality connection right in front of him. And he just didn't, his mind was just too messy. He's saying that on long drives is where he could clear his thoughts. That have long drive and message. So I feel like he's saying on long drives is where I could clear my thoughts, is where I feel like I could get clarity, I could get divine inspiration or messages. He's bringing up a delay here. So the only delay that I can think of is, oh, I see. He says delay effort. So when I see delay effort, it makes me think that he is recognizing and acknowledging that he did not give you enough, that you were probably waiting on him a lot of the time, and that he should have put more effort into this connection than he did, or he should have been more direct, more straightforward, not leaving you guessing, because I have the word delay, effort, and unsure. So I think that he knows that he left you in a place of uncertainty, and that was pretty difficult for you. So what this reading is telling me is that he's having a lot of epiphanies on the other side. He's saying that I know that I frustrated you. Maybe our connection made you feel overwhelmed, being unsure about where you stand. And he could be also talking about like how you're currently feeling as well. Because he's saying the word near. And so to me, that makes me feel like he's saying like recently, near recently. Because remember, he's having to choose words from what I've provided. So I'm getting like recently, I know that you felt overwhelmed and frustrated. He also shows the word, oh, and he's saying that you've been deep in thought about this. Meditate. You've been deep in thought about, this frustration and overwhelm when it comes to him and this uncertainty. And then the last message that I have here is associate. And to me, that feels like comparison. Because when you associate someone with someone else, that's comparing. So you're associating him with his ex, and you're associating him with Crystal, and you're associating him with you, and there's this comparison that comes with that, and that's being acknowledged here. And I feel like he's saying like the last thing that I wanted you to do was to be comparing yourself to other people. This was my mess. This was not something you were supposed to take on. And he's saying, I just pulled a couple more words just to round off the reading, and he's saying, share baby pretty. I want to let you know that you're pretty. And he's like calling you baby. I want you to know that you're pretty. But these are things that he's needed to express and come to terms with, that he's kind of left things very open-ended and confusing for you. Like, I feel like he's saying, like, I want to share with you that you're pretty, baby, or something like that. Next up, we have Lala. Lala, if you're here, if you can check in with me, girl. And then after Lala, we have Deo Shanae. Lala, I have you down for a 7-day mini love. So if you're here, let me know. I will still do your reading either way. Okay, perfect. You said I felt these things. Wait, hold on. Sorry, Amy, I'm scrolling through your last few messages now. You said I would rip him the truth if I had to him gently when he was Earthside. Yeah, I definitely sense that, at least accordingly to what Crystal and Jenny have disclosed to me. Yeah, his mind was messy, too messy, but I kind of feel like his soul just knew mine, if that makes sense. And yeah, he did leave me in uncertainty. I felt these things both while he was here and right now, but I would always question the silly thing of if he actually liked me while he was alive. And I'm definitely going to schedule a medium reading. Thank you so much. I hope over time I can be okay, or more okay than I am. Yeah, Amy, agreed to everything that you said. I would love to be a fly on the wall in a mediumship reading that you get. So, if you dig further into that side of things, definitely let me know how it goes. My hope for you is that you can find someone who can give you like real evidential information, basically that resonates with you and you feel like this reading was for you and not just some random messages that anybody can make up. I feel like I want you to feel like you're really connected to this person, when you get that reading, but in time I'm sure that will happen. Lala says I'm here. Have a good night, Amy. I want to know the next 7 days in love, forgetting an eye with his feelings and actions towards me. I plan on having a convo on where we stand tomorrow, and I'm big nervous. I want like a day by day type of read. Okay, we will see. We will see. All right, so where are we today? We are on Saturday. Okay. He was super distanced. Drink a lot of water, Amy. I don't know why I feel inclined to tell you, but drink a lot of water today before bed. Okay. Day by day. Can you show me what Sunday looks like between the energy between Lala and Gideon, please? Sunday. Okay. Tomorrow is a tough day, Lala. With this, now keep in mind, this is a decision you plan to have, a conversation you plan to have tomorrow. So keeping in mind, this is the trajectory of your connection based off of this decision for the next 7 days. So as long as you have the talk with him tomorrow, this is how I feel like it's going to go. So we're going to go day by day. So Sunday, I see 4 of Cups and 4 of Swords. I see with this is a very like reserved energy. And I know that you said that he was distant today, but I feel like this conversation might require multiple conversations, or it just might be this one that's going to require a time to process and time to digest what has been discussed. So I see, and maybe this is advice to you, is that you guys can have this big conversation, but know that it might take time for him to process, or it might take time for you to process. And you guys might have to say, look, this is where we're going to have to leave it for today. And we're going to just think on this and then we'll come back, later or something. Because for some reason, the energy of Sunday is like processing. Maybe this is new information to him. Maybe there's certain things you're telling him he didn't realize, or maybe it's hard to hear. But I just feel like very shut down. Sunday feels very shut down and quiet. That's the energy of the day. So I don't know if it's like mostly you are the person talking and he's responding very minimally, or maybe you guys just have like a big conversation and then like it ends with you both feeling very exhausted. But it feels like during the day the energy is, I just need to absorb this information and come back to it later. Hi, Liliana. Welcome in. Thank you so much for retracting your messages. My list is closed. Yes, as far as free questions go. Um, I think that Monday looks a bit better. I would say we have the Magician here with the Nine of Cups. Um, I think things feel easier. Now, Monday, there's still some reserved energy, but with the Magician and the Nine of Cups, it feels like we're able to kind of turn this around on Monday. Something on Monday happens where things feel maybe like a breakthrough or a relief, or just you feel better now that you've got some stuff off your chest. Monday feels a little bit better than Sunday. What's Tuesday looking like, please? Probably be you talking. What's Tuesday look like? Tuesday, you're letting your intuition take the lead, to decide what you feel is best in that moment, to in the way that you guys are going to handle things with one another. I think that the approach is more gentle or graceful on Tuesday. I do feel so far the days that I have seen, there is communication every single day. If you're wondering that, so far I've seen communication. I see Tuesday maybe where things are starting to like balance out a little bit more. The justice talks about doing what's fair, doing what's just. Um, Maybe you're going to feel vindicated on Tuesday. Like you're gonna feel like maybe there's some acknowledgement or accountability or agreement from him, something like that. Um, Maybe you guys come to some kind of settlement or agreement on Tuesday, but I feel like you're just letting like your gut lead the way, just really trying to tap into your intuition on Tuesday. Wednesday, what's going on? Yeah, we text a lot. He rarely doesn't talk to me at times. It's just very blocked or distant communication. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was gonna say I still feel you guys are talking to each other. What's going on Wednesday? Between their connection, please. What's going on Wednesday? Wednesday feels good between you guys. We have the Six of Cups. This talks about reunion or reconnection as well. And the Ten of Swords talks about oh wow, hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, so I think that the hard part is over on Wednesday. That's the theme. The hard part is over. There's a lot of micro conversations that are happening, Lala, throughout the week, just overall. I'm getting that there's a lot of follow up to this conversation tomorrow, where you guys will revisit this, but like in short bursts, because Sunday conversation is so exhausting that it's not really something that you want to keep like opening up and revisiting over and over, but there's continual conversation in short bursts to like revisit. Does that make sense? I'm seeing with the Six of Cups kind of like going back to that conversation, blah, 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 blah. Maybe trying to tackle things like little by little. Ray, yes, you can donate for a yes, no. That's fine with me. Um, Maybe Wednesday's talk is in person. Maybe that's what it is. Because I'm like, you guys are going back to each other, reuniting. So maybe the Wednesday's talk happens in person. I think he's more willing to be open on Wednesday or maybe like just sometime outside of tomorrow, but I'm picking up on Wednesday where I think he's going to start telling you his feelings. He's going to start telling you his side. I think there are some things that you will say to him that is going to make him feel potentially offended. Potentially. I don't know what you're going to tell him, but I'm getting that he's like receiving this with a defense. Like he's feeling defensive. Um, and so maybe like, in a couple days from now is when you start to like hear his side of things and what he thinks about what it is you had to say. What's going on Thursday? Our combos are usually intense. Our bond is strong. We both need to work on how to communicate. What's going on Thursday? Also, Lala, thank you so much for donating a little extra because I didn't realize how involved this reading was going to be. So thank you. Thank you for that. Wednesday, I think some unexpected things might happen, or Thursday, I'm sorry. Thursday, there might be some unexpected things. Would it make sense if you guys have like a mini rendezvous? Like, would that make sense for you guys? Like, I'm hearing like makeup sex for some reason. If that's not tangible, then maybe it's just more like lovey-dovey on Thursday for you guys. What's going on Friday? He's always defensive. Okay. Friday. What's going on Friday? It could happen. Okay. Friday. Okay. This is the card I wanted to see, but it hasn't quite come out of the deck. But it was the Judgment card because if Friday is Judgment, which I hope that it is, this would indicate clarity. This would indicate forgiveness. This would indicate compromise on Friday. It didn't quite come out, but I am going to tell you that the energy is there. So I think that if you guys try and you dig down deep on Friday, you could make this clarity or compromise or forgiveness happen. It's surrounding you guys on Friday. It's just not the main energy that's coming out. But I do see the desire on Friday to kind of maybe take a pause on this heaviness and just try to enjoy one another's company for now. Because I have the Three of Cups, the Two of Swords, and the Eight of Swords. So I feel like it's like we haven't been able to reach an agreement full stop, but we care about each other, we love each other, and like this has just been a very heavy week, so maybe we should just like put a pin in this for now. We will come back to it, we'll agree to come back to it, but I want to also enjoy my time with you sometimes. So that's what Friday feels like, is just kind of Jesus take the wheel, please, kind of thing. It's reminding me, I don't know if you've heard of or if you've watched How I Met Your Mother, or if you've ever seen it, but there's a couple on there, and I've mentioned this like once or twice in the past, but long story short, they have this agreement that when they're in a very big heated fight, they can say pause. Either of them can say pause, and they give each other a kiss, and they completely stop the argument as if it was not happening, with the full intention that they're gonna come back to it, but they pause because it's, dinner time and they need to go find out what they're going to do for dinner, or, like their kid is like screaming at them and they need to do like bath time or something. Like they basically have this agreement in their relationship where it's like pause, and then they go back to like normal life. And then when they find time back in their day, maybe like the next day or the next day, they resume. And that's what this is reminding me of, is that Friday feels like a pause to me. It feels like this desire to kind of just like step away from all the heaviness, try to maybe get a different perspective and just kind of zoom out on the situation, just like take a break from that. What is Saturday looking like? What is Saturday looking like? So I'm thinking next week on Saturday and Sunday. Yes, Lala, that is correct. That is correct. You got to have the conversation tomorrow. Now, if you wait to have it on Monday, potentially this will still stay the same, but everything will be shift down a day, if that makes sense. Because this is kind of like the energy throughout the week in a somewhat consecutive order. So, like, if you wait till Monday, then maybe like Monday's reading would be Tuesday's reading, and Tuesday's reading would be Wednesday's reading, or however that math works out. So, just keep that in mind. But yes, this is based off of the current decision that you intend on having a conversation tomorrow. This coming weekend, like a week from today, going into Sunday, is where I think real conversations are being had. I think you guys revisit this again in another very real way. Maybe weekends are the time where you feel like you have more time to dedicate to a conversation like this. Maybe the week is just very busy. I don't know why I'm getting like weekends or where the big talks are happening, but I feel like now it's essentially like the point has been made. There's been micro conversations throughout the week. There's been like plays and pauses, but next weekend we really get into like the guts of what we've already discussed and try to work out some type of compromise. I think it's very possible that a week from today there's going to be like more maybe tears, maybe frustration. There could be moments of like laughter. I just feel like it's a very emotionally enveloped type of conversation that happens tomorrow and a week from tomorrow. So maybe things start to happen. I see with the Knight of Pentacles. I also see the Six of Cups again. So I think this is another in-person interaction. But I feel like you guys are trying to offer a compromise to each other because I have the Ace of Pentacles. And a lot of times when I see this, it feels like an olive branch to me. Like I want to extend an olive branch. I want to wave the white flag. I want to figure out a way that we can get through this together. Knight of Pentacles talks about how you guys are persevering. Even though you're feeling very emotional, you are not ready for this relationship to end. You want to exhaust all of your options. You want to see a way through. He said, yes, could be. We both have later loads on the weekends. Okay, makes sense. Very accurate. I feel he's my person. I'm glad it resonated for you. Keep in mind, things can shift a little bit here and there. But this is as much insight as I can give you with a day-by-day, play-by-play. Maybe I should offer a reading that's called day-by-day, play-by-play. All right. Just hitting a rough patch. Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens. That's why they call it ebbing and flowing. Sometimes you ebb, sometimes you flow. All right, so you're welcome. All right, Ray, did you end up donating for a yes/no reading? Day is here. We're gonna see. Yes, you're very welcome, Lala. Let me know too, like how overall it resonates for you, because I sometimes will do like a week to week or a month to month, but I feel like that was probably the first time I've ever done like a day to day. So thank you for that new experience, and just curious how it all plays out for you. Okay, so Day, I have you down for a BOGO. Thank you so much for your patience. You've been waiting well over an hour here for your reading. I know I had a lot of people on the list when you came in, but thank you for your patience. Perfect. Thanks, Lala. Good luck tomorrow. All right. What should I know about pursuing the medical nursing field? Which one will I feel the most fulfilled in? Okay, so medical nursing versus law. Medical nursing versus law. Okay. Oh, thanks, Day. All right. Which one would Day be the most fulfilled in? So this is what we're gonna do. Um, I'm gonna do two different decks for you, Day, and kind of just like split this reading up into two sections. So I have a stars pattern and I have a moon pattern, and I need you to match them up with what you're asking. So do you want law to be stars or moon? Or do you want medical to be stars or moon? And then whichever one, how do you want to associate the two? These are basically two decks. So I just need you to be like medical stars, law, moon, or vice versa, because I'm going to use two different decks to determine the energy of each of these different career fields. I want to allow for the full deck for each one. Okay, medical is stars and the law is moon. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, tell me how fulfilling this job will be for Day, this law field. Tell me how fulfilling this will be for her. So with the law field, there's like this level of competition, or like competitive edge that feels really good. I see here with the Three of Pentacles, great networking, um, getting into rooms with people that you may not have been in rooms with before. There's a real advantage here about like career tenacity and a sense of achievement or accomplishment. Um, Networking is big here for some reason. It's kind of like getting in the room with the right people. And I feel like depending on which way you took it, you would either be helping your karma or hurting your karma. So they're showing that if you go the route of um, defending like corporate greed, then you might be hurting your karma. If you go the route of helping people, it would be helping your karma. So that's just a weird message that I got. Um, they are showing that this is very fulfilling in the sense of achievement and like competition and success. Like it feels like there's, and also like money I feel is very fulfilling. Like a financial edge as well, depending on what you're doing. And this I feel like for you, you would be standing up for your beliefs and fighting for your corner. I don't think that you would necessarily be a defense for someone that you felt could be doing harm or did something wrong. I feel like you would use your justice in a sense. I don't know why I'm like hearing like you'd go from lawyer to judge for some reason. There's like a hierarchy in this reading. There's this feeling of like climbing, climbing up. So maybe at some point you would become a judge. There's a lot of area for growth in the law. But this would be basically like an overall sense of accomplishment. Whereas I'm looking at the medical field as like a day to day fulfillment. You would come home every single day in the medical field feeling accomplished and feeling fulfilled. That's okay, right? I feel like with the law degree, it's this um, overall sense of accomplishment. You're like proud of it. It makes you feel confident. You're excited to tell people what it is that you do. Um, but I don't know if every single day you're coming home feeling a sense of achievement. I feel like that happens over the course of time. And it feels like to me there's a lot of like long hard nights that you don't have an outcome for, whereas in the medical field you come home every single day feeling like you help someone. And so when we're talking about fulfillment, I am leaning towards the medical field. It basically just depends on, do you want instant daily, like day to day fulfillment and meaning? Do you want to feel a sense of accomplishment every single day that you come home that you really made a difference? Or are you okay only getting that feeling a couple of times a year or every other month or something like that? Um, Keeping in mind that your sense of accomplishment and fulfillment is going to come from your professional gains and maybe sometimes the people that you're helping, if that makes sense. As we'll switch over to the medical field, this day-to-day fulfillment um, makes me feel like you're able to activate like a more nurturing side of yourself, a more caring, compassionate. You're able to help people like get to the other side. So they might be coming in on like the struggle and the issue and the problems that they're having, and you're able to help them achieve like the freedom of finally like feeling healthy again. The Lovers is here indicating this is a really great match for you as far as feeling like a job is compatible for you. I really feel that both are great for you, and there's a reason why a lot of people have a hard time choosing between medical and law, and I think it's because in a lot of ways they are similar. It's kind of like how their medical and cosmetology usually go hand in hand, or cosmetology and spiritual tend to go hand in hand. It's this underlying aspect of like achievement and accomplishment and helping other people. And so there's, you just kind of have to determine what's going to be best for you. But I see here with the King of Wands and the King of Pentacles, you're sitting pretty, you're sitting well. I do feel like you're going to get financial compensation and security and stability with both jobs. If I were going to lean in one direction, I would say medical, but I only say that because I feel like you're going to have a better lifestyle balance and you're going to feel more of a sense of accomplishment and fulfillment and meaning every single day to some extent. And I don't necessarily see that work-life balance happening for you as a lawyer or in law until you've achieved a certain level of your profession, until you become a partner or something like that. Whereas I feel like nursing in the medical field, you could become a doctor, but I feel like I hope I'm explaining myself right now. I feel like I'm talking in circles, which means the message has come to an end. But I think it's just you have to determine, are you more excited about professional advancement and networking and getting in rooms with people and um like making your career your number one priority? I think you're going to make more money as a lawyer too. Um or is helping people on a day-to-day basis and feeling some sense of fulfillment every single day important to you? I think you just have to figure out where you're leaning, because I think these are both great options for you. And me being biased, I'm going to go medical with this reading just because it's important to me to feel fulfillment in my everyday life. I don't want to have to wait case after case after case, or like court date after court date after court date to feel like I actually made a difference. But that's just me. And so I want to take myself out of this and tell you that I think both routes look good. But hopefully that gives you a little bit of clarity, maybe, hopefully. But let me know what your second part of your BOGO is, and then I'll get started on that. Ray, I did get your yes/no question. Ray, so I see that you left your question with me, and I will get to you as soon as I'm done with Day's reading, okay? Hey, I speak. So this is the list. I am working on the second part of Deoshne's BOGO. So we're working on her second question. And then after that, I have Ray, and it's a quick yes, no. And then you would be after that if you want. So much for a short live stream today. I even have in my title, donations will close shortly, and I've been here for almost 4 hours. But you know what? Sometimes life happens, and you just gotta roll with it. I think if I was highly intentional about closing my list, I would have. Alright, so what's Andre Davis's current feelings towards Day, please? What's Andre Davis's current feelings towards Day? Are you guys in separation? I have the Hermit card here, and it's talking about loneliness. So please confirm if you guys are in no communication right now. Okay, I speak. That sounds good. Okay, no communication. Makes sense. So I have loneliness. I think that he could be on like maybe the verge of being a bit paranoid as well. Um so there's like this like brooding or like underlying potentially jealousy when it comes to like you and other potential men. And so I feel like from his perspective there is a sense of like being territorial, so that would indicate to me that he's not going to like knowing that you're entertaining someone else if you decide to do that. Um I don't know if you guys are in connection in social media, but like another indication of this would be like him kind of stalking your social media. It could be if you guys have like a mutual friend group, maybe trying to nonchalantly ask questions about you or try to figure out what's going on with you from a distance. Ray, that sounds good. Hey Virgo, welcome in, welcome in. Um, I see here you the Queen of Pentacles and him the Page of Pentacles. It doesn't mean that you guys aren't a good match. I am seeing that you guys are well suited for each other. He just lacks a level of maybe maturity or personal development that's required to be with someone like you. And I see him being very restricted and maybe potentially paralyzed by fear. We also have the devil here, which indicates that he falls prey to weaknesses. Maybe he is not as like strong-minded as he should be. Virgo, yes, you can send. That works for me. I'm gonna have to get a snack here soon though. So the devil talks about all the things that stop us from being the best versions of ourselves. It could be like mental thought patterns, self-sabotage. It could be commitment issues. It could be bad habits, negative thoughts, addictions, possession, materialism, attachments, things like that. So I feel like there's maybe just like, actually, now that I say attachment, I think there could be some kind of attachment that he has to you that's not extremely healthy. Sometimes the devil can talk about obsession as well. So I don't know if that would resonate for him. I don't know if that would make sense, but he could have like obsessive thoughts about you. So these are just like some things to keep in mind. Um, I think that he looks at you as his ideal woman because we do have the Queen of Pentacles here, but there could be like a lot of avoidance when it comes to his feelings for you that maybe he's not even willing to recognize or he could be in denial of. And as I say, you're the ideal woman, I looked down and said, well, it's the Queen of Pentacles, the ideal woman, but where's my Empress? And I just had the Empress come out. So this indicates to me that he views you as someone who is incredibly beautiful and like goddess like maybe even someone who he wants to have kids with. You said hell if he does hide it, it's not funny. So he's looking at you as I know this sounds like weird when I say it, but men have this primal instinct inside of them um to reproduce. Most men do. It's like natural. And so when he sees you, he's like, oh, she's someone I'd want to have my babies with. So, and I don't know if that sounds bad. To me, it kind of like gives me the ick when I say that, but I feel like he's looking at you as like a good candidate to reproduce with. Like he's looking at you as someone who he like would potentially want to have kids with. And so what that tells me that he sees in you is like nurturing, mothering, caring, giving, loving type of person. And also, that indicates that he views you as like wife material. I see him here in action as the Two of Swords, which means that he doesn't plan on taking any action about this. Again, I think his feelings for you are very much in denial. I don't think this is something he even wants to admit to himself, to be honest. Um, he's lacking a lot. He's lacking directness. He's lacking honesty. He's lacking the ability to follow through with something. Um, he just has like poor decision making skills. Like I feel like he's just not where you are. I mean, he's coming through as the page. You said laugh my ass off. He for sure told his mom that. Wait, what did he tell? Wait. What did he tell his mom? He told his mom that he wants to marry me. I'll believe when I see it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Um, so yeah, he's coming through as the page, and while it's the Page of Pentacles and you're coming through as the Queen of Pentacles, his perception is that you guys are a good match. He knows that there is a lot of growing up that he would have to do in order to land a hot babe like you. So I feel like his avoidance of really making these changes is what's impeding him from, like we can be debilitated in fear. It can happen. And, he's saying that he is paralyzed in fear. So he knows he has a good idea of everything that he's going to have to do in order to become the type of person that would deserve you. And I just feel like his mindset is, I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I'm ready for that. And he knows that you're not going to accept anything less. So that's where I think the denial for his feelings for you come in, because I think he's not wanting to admit like just how much he wants to be with you, because then he'd have to admit to himself that he's failing, and he's failing you and he's failing himself. Oh, girl, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, we can do a giveaway. Um, let's see. Drop a purple heart in the chat if you want to be added to the giveaway tonight. If you want to partake in the free tarot reading giveaway, it's a mini reading, but since we hit 25 likes, I am doing a giveaway. So if you want to be a part of that, drop a blue heart in the chat and I will add you to the giveaway. And then in a few minutes, we are going to spin the wheel and see who the winner is for that. That will be redeemed tonight. Okay. So I have Ray. I have Day Ocean. If you want to be added to the giveaway, drop a purple heart. I'm going to leave this open until it's 12:37 my time, which right now is 12:35. And then it will close and I will select a winner at random. You said you're on point. Thank you, Luna. You're welcome. You're so, so welcome. Absolutely. Thank you for donating tonight. I appreciate you. Okay. So really quickly, while we wait for anyone else to participate if they want to, I am going to go I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I've been sitting down for 4 hours. I need to move around a little bit. All right, I've got Virgo and I've got Lala. Also gonna update the donation list too, so everyone knows where they are. All right, we have all right, I have Ray, then I have I Speak, and then I have Virgo. That is the order of donations right now. All right, it's 12:37. So, all right, we're closing that out. Nobody else can enter the giveaway. So I have officially Ray, Deo Shanae, Virgo, and Lala on the giveaway list. All right, let me share my screen. You guys should be able to see that now. You should see your name on there. Each of you should be on there twice, it looks like. All right, good luck, everyone. Congratulations, Lala. You're going to get a mini reading tonight. You do have to be present to win. So just make sure that you stick around to redeem that reading. And we're going to put you after Virgo. Ray, thank you for reminding me about the giveaway. I've been checking periodically, I promise, but I have gotten a little swept up in the readings tonight. Alrighty. Yes, congratulations, Lala. You won. Okay, so next up I have Ray. And Ray wants to do a upgrade to a mini reading. Sent a little more to make the question a mini. Okay, perfect. Ray, did you want to ask the same question and I just pull a couple extra cards? Or how do you want me to do that for you since you changed it to a mini reading? Okay, let me grab my cards. Just stand up for a few minutes, so I moved into the kitchen. All right, Will Ray get a job offer from the job which pays more money? All right, I'm going to confirm with the pendulum really quickly. All right, they are saying yes. I know that you're worried about this. I see here with the Nine of Swords that this is probably consuming a good majority of your thoughts. But the Sun is here to say that that the sun is shining down on the situation. That basically you're going to be blessed with a high offer or a good offer from the job, more money. Let's see. What else can you tell me about this? What else can you tell me about this? What else can you tell me about this? It's going to come in faster than you think. I have the Ace of Wands and the Eight of Wands. I see you refusing offers actually, so this tells me that you're going to have multiple offers on the table. You'll be rejecting some of them, depending on what works out best for you. So maybe this is the offer that you asked about earlier and this offer that you're asking about now. Maybe they both come in and then you have to reject one of them. But I see here refusing an offer with the Four of Cups. As far as this job goes, we see with the Ace of Wands and the Eight of Wands that this is something you're really excited about. I think this happens maybe unexpectedly, but this is good news coming your way here. What else can you tell me about this? We have two cards here of good news. Easier times for you. Maybe somehow you're going to feel like your burdens are being lessened and things are becoming easier for you. Your patience and perseverance are paying off. We have the Temperance card. Maybe things are going to feel like more relieving or more at peace. Or things are kind of settling down or calming down. This Six of Swords also talks about transitions as well. So I feel like that's an indication that a new beginning or a new chapter is about to start for you. Now, there's something here about juggling your life or juggling your responsibilities. I'm trying to understand that theme. It's possible that with this job, it's going to require a lot of flexibility and adaptability with you. Maybe there's an aspect of the job that's not necessarily ideal for you. Maybe there's a part of it that you aren't too keen about, but it's going to require flexibility because all of the other benefits are really great and it's worth it. You said trying to figure out what I'm doing for the summer and next year. I'm having no luck with getting summer school. Dang. Are you in college? So, okay, that would make sense as far as school goes with a career because Two of Pentacles talks about juggling a lot. So maybe you feel like you've got a lot on your plate. But I think you might feel that way with any job, honestly. And the Page of Pentacles here talks about you being a student. So if that's accurate for you, then take it. It's saying that there's an opportunity here to increase your income. Good news in earthly matters. You got multiple cards indicating good news coming your way. Teachers don't get paid over the summer. The more money position is all year through. Oh, that's making a little more sense to me now. James, don't even come in here with that. Boy, I was supposed to be off like 2 hours ago. I said I was going to close the donations early, and I am still here. But I'm rolling with it. You know what I mean? I was saying sometimes life happens and you just got to go with it. It was not my intention. At this point, I might still be on by the time my husband gets home from work. So I'm hungry, I'm tired, but at the same time, I feel good. I feel good. It's an energy exchange and people are giving to me and I'm feeling good. So I'm still here. I know, don't even come for me for that. I know. I mentioned it multiple times. I said I was going to be here for a limited time. Um so Ray, that is what I've got for you, girl. I'm wishing you so much luck and happiness and fortune that all of these things are coming your way and that really good offer with the good money position is coming to you. I did get multiple cards indicating good news coming your way, so I feel like that's triple confirmation. You're welcome, girl. You're welcome. Okay. So, next up, we have I Speak, I believe. I Speak if you're here. Oh, you already posted. Okay. You guys are quick. I am going to have to take like a quick break soon. Maybe before Virgo's reading. I have to run to the bathroom. I need to eat, I just need to eat something. I was going to make dinner tonight and everything, guys. So your timestamp, James, was right around 50 minutes in. I was going to do it for you once I got off the live stream. We are at 4 hours and 15 minutes. So you're going to probably want to scroll back like 3.5 hours, roughly. Maybe a little less to find your reading, or when I get off, I can find it for you. James said, for sure, I get that. When people are appreciative, it fills up your cup. That's how I feel with massage. Yes, it fills up your cup. That's exactly how I'm feeling tonight. My cup is full, and also I know that I'm taking off probably Monday, Tuesday, maybe an extra day this week because that time of the month really gets your girl down. So going into that, I was like, maybe I can extend a little extra time today. You're welcome, James. My manager said something that I felt was disrespectful towards me today when I simply declined an offer to eat something not so healthy, but I didn't react or take it personal. What is the deal here? Jesus. This is the same manager that you've been having trouble with? Okay. What is the deal here? What is the deal here? What is the deal here? Interesting. Even if it wasn't intentional, it was disrespectful. So, I speak. First off, I want to say if someone is sending an energy to us, just because it's not being said in a certain type of word arrangement or word sentence structure, I feel like we know. Everyone knows when they're being side-eyed. Everyone knows when a certain energy is coming at them. Like everyone knows. And the unfortunate part is that even if she doesn't outright say something disrespectful to you, you still felt that energy, and she gets away with it because all HR cares, they don't care about energy. They care about what was actually said or what was actually done. So she's found a loophole, it seems. Interesting that you say hot and cold because I do have hot and cold energy here. When I was shuffling for your reading, I was like, wow, bad card, good card, bad card, good card. So it almost makes me feel like, and I was a little confused about that too, but I was going to try to dig into that a little bit more once I tapped into the reading. And it's just very unfortunate that when people do this, they can get away with it because, oh, well, I didn't actually say anything, or oh, I didn't actually do anything. But it's an energy and it's there and it doesn't really matter. It's about how that thing made you feel. Now, I will say that when I was shuffling, I heard full offense. Full offense. Now, that could be because you were feeling fully offended, but it could also indicate that she was feeling fully offended. Now, the thing is that there was this projection that was happening here. If you decline something, then especially if it's like typically unhealthy, like someone wants you to indulge with them. You've heard of the expression misery loves company, right? It's the same idea. When someone is going to indulge, someone is going to eat bad, someone is going to drink, they want you to join them. They want you to do this thing with them. And if you say, "No, I'm not going to do it," then it makes this like feeling of, oh, you think you're better than them. You think you're better than us. And that's probably what she was doing, is she was projecting, and she probably shouldn't have. And also, if she was offering something to you and you declined, maybe to her that feels like a sign of disrespect towards her. So there's the cultures out there, not saying this is her culture, but there are cultures out there that if they make you something and give you something and you do not eat it, you're being disrespectful. So she could have felt that she was doing something for you guys, or that the company was doing something for you guys, or someone brought something in and she was offering something to you. And maybe she felt like you kind of like turned your nose up at it, and that felt offensive to her. So then she maybe retaliated with a not so great comment, right? So something along the lines here, she was projecting. This really had nothing to do with you specifically as far as in that moment. She was basically saying, the expression where they say, when you say something about someone else, it tells you about them, or it tells you about their self. It's basically like she was using you as a tool of measurement for herself. She was saying, oh, she's too good for what I'm doing, or she's too good to eat this thing, or yeah. So she was just being extremely reactive because she felt offended that you wouldn't eat something that she was eating, or you wouldn't eat something that she was offering. So she was trying to bring you down. Yeah, it's okay. This is about her. This is about her, babe. This is not about you. This is about her. She's not willing to work on herself and do better. So when someone else is doing that, she gets offended by it. Like, why won't you join us? She was feeling offended, but it's because she felt by your rejection, she was being judged. Okay? By your rejection, she felt disrespected, but that has nothing to do with you. I think, oh, did she do it in front of other people too? Or was it just the two of you? Because I saw the Emperor and I was like, maybe she was also trying to show off. Because she comes through as like the authority figure, and I'm wondering if maybe that could be like a part of it too. But the main thing is that she was feeling judged by your rejection. She was feeling judged by her lifestyle choices because you declined. Two people, yeah. So that's what the deal was. I'm ready for your next question. Fake ass diets. I'm sorry. A lifestyle change or lifestyle habits and creating lifestyle habits is not a diet. Lifestyle changes and habits are sustainable, and it's not something that you have to abide by 24/7, but it is something that you do like 80/20 lifestyle. You know, you incorporate it the majority of the time. It's going into your body. Why does she care? That's crazy. Oh, hey, Lola. So I put you after Virgo. I am gonna take a quick break after this reading with I Speak because I need a refresh. I gotta go to the bathroom. I've been here for almost, well, 4.5 hours at this point. Um, and I want to see if I can find like a snack because I'm kind of hungry. So yeah, but then I'll be right back. It's gonna be quick. It's not like I'm gonna be gone for 30 minutes or anything. It's like just a few minutes. What does Spirit want me to know in general right now? I felt hurt and I should have responded and defended myself. But I walked away instead and reminded myself that how she treated me was simply a reflection of her. Yes, that's what I said. Hurt people. But I need to stand up for myself. Well, I feel like you would have pleased her more if you did react because I feel like she might have been looking for a reaction from you. She was looking for a reaction from anyone, good or bad. So if other people laughed or snickered or whatever, that's what she was looking for. So if you had reacted, it might have even pleased her more to know that she struck a nerve. So in a matter of being the bigger person, you did the right thing. But I think there is going to come a point where you do need to have a conversation or say something to her, but in front of other people is not the time because you're better than that. You need to do this privately. And if you feel that she's not listening to you, then you can go over her head. 100% because it's not professional. What does Spirit want I speak to know? Thanks, Lala. What does Spirit want I speak to know? What does Spirit want I speak to know? You have lots of swords here. What's funny is I already set a boundary with her and told her not to speak to me a certain way. I did it in private. Perfect. She's hot and cold. Nice and then disrespectful. Can't trust that kind of energy. Not in the slightest. So, oh shoot, my deck got a little messed up. It's just started to like pour down rain where I'm at. That's so crazy. My deck is all mixed up. I only shuffle upright. I don't ever mix the deck with reversals, just uprights. And I shuffled, and somehow there was a mix up in my deck, but all of your cards came out upright. That's kind of wild. All right, let's see. Okay, so I speak. We have the Seven of Wands, and so I feel like this is like an applause or a good job or a pat on the back for for fighting for your corner, for standing up for your beliefs. You're not being defensive, but you are defending yourself. I have here you holding your own. Granted, being the bigger person, taking the high road, picking your battles, but they're saying that you are maintaining control, and that's the most important thing. They're saying that they're noticing maybe more of a backbone, maybe becoming more assertive. And I see here, oh wow, this is interesting because there's a theme with you, I speak. There's a theme in your life with authority figures, people in your life that are supposed to be, or that try to control you. Do you agree with that? I feel like you are making your way to I'm taking my power back place. Like you're hitting that I'm taking my power backstage era, as they say. Because I feel like there's a lot of relationships that you've had where people try to control what you're doing or have authority over you. And you're going, not today. Maybe the old me, maybe yesterday me, maybe the day before me, but not today. And I feel like Spirit is saying that is probably one of the biggest themes and hurdles in your life is letting other people take your power away. So I feel like that's a really big. We also have abused their power. So we also have a lot of swords. I'm going to tell you right now, Six of Swords, King of Swords, Five of Swords, Knight of Swords, Page of Swords. We have lots of swords. I'm also noticing the fact that the Knight, the Page, and the King are here. So that indicates to me a lot of evolvement, a lot of personal development, a lot of growth that you have just even recently gone through. And I feel like Spirit is saying that when it comes to the mind, when it comes to mental control, maintaining control, power of the mind, you are leveling up very, very quickly. I feel like you're not, maybe you don't feel like you have full control over your brain and full control over your thoughts yet. But I feel like you're working there. And I know this probably sounds maybe counterintuitive, but Spirit is saying use your anger to call your power back, because being angry is not a bad emotion. It's how you react when you're angry is what becomes bad. But being angry is not a bad emotion. Okay? Don't associate anger with negativity. If you are reacting and harming other people from that anger, that's a problem. But that's the reaction to the anger, not the anger itself. So keep that in mind. For some reason, that's a message that you needed to hear. So when you feel your blood boiling and you feel frustrated or you feel attacked or offended, use that to call your power back and assert yourself even more. Scattered mind. Let's see. We have words here like transition, curiosity, haste, truth, and defeating. Not like being defeated, but defeating. So I feel Spirit saying, oh, wow. So this is another theme. Not only do people try to control things in your life or control you, but they also like to put themselves in a position where they win. It's not just a matter of trying to control you or silence you. It's a matter of making them, using you to make themselves feel better. Use yourself to make them feel like a better version of themselves. Like putting you down makes them feel better. I speak. So, wow, that's actually, I, that's really, I don't like that. I don't, that makes me uncomfortable to say, but it seems like the truth. So I have the Five of Swords here talking about winning at all costs, bullying you, um, trying to intimidate you, abuse you. And I see here you rising like a phoenix, girl. I see here with the moon, it's like these people don't know it yet. And you might not even know it yet, but your time is coming. And there will be a day where not a single person will, and maybe even now, will be able to walk all over you anymore. See, they view your kindness as weakness. Isn't that an expression? So Spirit is saying, thumbs up. Keep having these realizations. Keep having this understanding. The main message is here, call your power back. Learning your boundaries is important. And the thing is that I speak, you've always known what your boundaries are. You're defining them now. You're putting them to action, right? Because you knew what your boundary was. Like if someone said something to hurt your feelings, you knew that hurt your feelings. You knew that that crossed a boundary for you. But now that you're defining your boundaries, you're saying, I'm not going to let that happen again. So you're actually putting them to action. You're executing those boundaries. You define those now. So that's really important. You're kind, but you're not a doormat. Exactly. I'm getting tired of being kind, but I don't want to change. You don't have to change who you are. You don't have to change who you are. Be even more unapologetically yourself while you claim your power back and define your boundaries. There is nothing like weak about being kind. There's nothing weak about it. It's powerful. So that is what I've got for you, girl. I hope you enjoy your readings with me. I am going to take a quick break, as quick as I possibly can. Next up after this, we have Virgo. And then we have Lala, who won the free reading giveaway. Virgo, if you want to post your questions or give me any more information now, you can do that if you want to. If you want to wait till I'm back, that works for me too. It's just going to be for a few minutes. I don't want to take a long time being gone because I need to wrap up this live stream soon-ish. So I promise I won't be gone for long. I just need to figure out I need to eat something and I need to like run to the bathroom. So, okay, BRB. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for allowing me to take that quick break. Um I'm a hard worker here. I'm taking a break and I'm still messaging in the chat, so but it's fine. I found a granola bar, ran to the restroom, got my cats their little snacks that they like to eat every night because I normally do that hours and hours ago, but tonight got a little out of hand for me. Um, so Shamika, you sent a payment on Cash App. It looks like I got it. So this is the donation list right now. So I'm gonna add you to it afterwards. I have you, Shamika, for a in-depth reading, is what it looks like. Okay, perfect. So this is where we are. So Virgo, let me confirm what I'm doing for you really quickly. I have a BOGO and a 10 card question. Okay. All right, so you posted for the 10 card, and then you posted the first part of the BOGO. Hey, Elisa, welcome in. And then that's all I have so far. Okay, the longest live I've done, probably like 8 or 9 hours, like a full work day. That was crazy. I've done that a couple of times. I definitely try to like shorten my time on there, on here now. Do like short bursts. But yeah, we're almost at 5 hours. What are we clawing the couch up for? No, no, no. We are not clawing the couch. No, sir. You got a million things to scratch in your room. Go do that. It's a long live stream. All right, shuffling for Virgo right now. You donated for 2 questions. Okay, Lisa. You'll be after Shamika. Okay. I just posted the list so that we can kind of see where we're at. If anyone does donate to skip the line, it's $5. Just make sure you let me know in the chat that you're doing that. You can even donate $5 to hold your place so that no one can skip ahead of you. Okay. So, Virgo, general advice for me. What's going on currently? I feel like I'm kind of going through something. Oh, Virgo. Let's take a look here. You guys might hear me like walking around. I am in my kitchen right now. I don't normally do things out here, but I was sitting for a long time and I felt like standing. So if I walk away, it's just me grabbing like a different deck from my workspace. Okay. Let's see. What is going on in Virgo's current energy, please? Elisa, really quickly, I want to let you know I got your donation. I have you down for 2 yes/no readings. Just confirm with me that that is correct. Okay. So, Virgo, I'm hearing stagnation. Um, it feels like to me that you are growing out of your cocoon. I'm seeing like a lot of like transformation butterfly kind of stuff, and it's like you're trying to stay in a place that you feel you've outgrown, is kind of what it feels like. Okay, Lisa, that sounds good. Um, and therefore you feel stagnant. It's like this part of your soul kind of knows like you might or you should be somewhere else or doing something different or experiencing a different life than you are currently, and you might feel out of place. I'm trying to like put my finger on it. It's like you've kind of known deep down that like I just keep hearing outgrowing. I'm outgrowing. Like things like I should be living a different life or I should be doing I don't know because I feel like you're fulfilled in certain areas of your life, Virgo. I'm asking like what you can do. Okay, Elisa, that sounds great. Um I'm asking what it is that you can do to kind of get yourself out of this place. Are you going through, is it feeling stuck? Is it feeling stagnant? Is it feeling like you're out of alignment? Does any of this resonate with you? Um, some keywords here we have travel, career, trust, prosperity, financial health, happiness. And so these are some key things that I think are the themes in your life currently is where can I find my happiness? I feel like there are certain things that aren't meeting me where I feel like I should be at. The very first thing that I saw when I saw travel was that it might require you getting a little bit out of your head. Maybe you're getting a little bit cabin feverish. You're getting a little bit complacent. Maybe your heart desires to get out there and explore more. Um, I'm trying to see how the career connects to this, but maybe if there's a way for you to have a career where you can travel or you can get out. This is just kind of this specific thing feels a little bit like just because I kind of know you, but travel was like the main thing because I was like, what can she do to get out of this? And I got the travel card. So, um, I feel like you need to explore, you need to find inspiration. You need to, and if you're like, I can't travel, I can't go anywhere, I can't do anything different, maybe have new experiences. Maybe you can't physically leave, it's fine, but do new things, experience new restaurants. Go do something you haven't done before. Go visit a place you haven't been before, even if it's keeps you local to where you live. Um, you're needing inspiration. You're lacking zest for life. Um, that's where I feel you'll find that shakeup. Like for some reason I'm standing here and I'm wanting to like dance or I'm wanting to move my body, and I feel like for you that stagnancy is like starting to affect your physical, and maybe you need like massage, lymphatic drainage, go to a yoga class, go get your body moving. I don't know, but there's just something different that needs to happen here. And you are right in feeling stagnant because I feel like there's definitely you should be feeling more inspired than you are in life. um Maybe it's coming from layers of disappointment in certain areas of your life. Maybe you feel like you keep trying to stay open minded for certain things, and maybe things are falling short for you. Lily, what are you doing? Um, but I feel like it surrounds, or maybe it has to do with your happiness, where you feel happy or if you feel happy. Do you feel like like this is related to mental health? I've just pulled the family card. Um, this has to do with a void, I think. Like feeling like a void, feeling like something is missing. I thought it was about I thought it was about well, what I said, and it is, but I didn't realize it's not about adding something to your life. It's about something that feels like it's missing. You do feel stuck. You're with family. So, this is the tangible way I can give you like basically modalities to do, ways to find inspiration. I find that when we feel like we're falling into a depression or we feel stuck or stagnant, a lot of the times it's just requiring our body to be shaken up. We need to get out and about and find something to inspire us, even for a little while. Short bursts of inspiration can help ail and cure from depression, in my opinion. I think depression is the absence of inspiration. So when we feel very like everything's against us. Um, stressful, mundane, maybe you're bored, maybe you're a little bored of life. You do feel stuck there, you like being out there, and you do have somewhat adventurous spirit, so you feel unhappy. Is there is there a plan to get yourself out of the situation? Do you feel like it's hopeless, or are you kind of saying I need to be here until, unless and until maybe you meet someone who can help support you guys financially as a family? Or I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're feeling. But that is what I feel is going on with you currently, and I feel like sometimes we can get paralyzed through fear or procrastination when we feel like we have too much on our plate and also not enough is happening. Then we get paralyzed. So like they always talk about fight or flight, but no one talks about the middle where you're paralyzed to do anything. So you don't do anything. And more often than not, it's not about staying or fighting or leaving, it's about not doing anything at all. Momo, hey girl, I'm still here. I'm still here. Um, the plans feel far away. Yes, you're right. I drove 7 hours with my brother. He lived in the desert. It's nice. I also have to prep my small son for surgery. Virgo. That's been a burden for me. His dad sucks. I feel bad, but I need to stop victimizing myself. Well, what I will say, Virgo, is that your feelings are valid. However, it is you're feeling is okay. It's a human experience, and we need to give ourselves grace for feeling certain ways. Do you want to be stuck in that mindset indefinitely? Do you want to dwell in that place? No, not necessarily, but you should be allowed to feel how you feel. But then you got to lace up your bootstraps and try to move forward with like tangible plans, or you don't want to get stuck in that place. That's the only thing, but you're allowed to feel how you feel, and it's okay. And I'm sorry to hear about your son and his surgery. um I'm sure the burden is hard because maybe you feel like you're going through it like a solo parent per usual for everything. For emotional support feels singular, and maybe even financially. I would hope that your family can be there for you during this time, at least for your son and you. Um, but yeah, I think that's what I'm feeling like. What's going on with you currently? I think it's a lack of inspiration. I think it's feeling like your happiness is somewhere else, and needing and feeling stuck or stagnant and uninspired. And but I also want you to keep in mind too that just as quickly as things can go downhill, things can start looking up just as fast. So this is what you're going through right now. Go to your room. Go. Go to your room. Stop clawing at my couch. Go. Sorry, sorry, Virgo. My cat is like he's on one tonight. Um, so yeah, that's what I'm feeling. So you just want to be in your feminine. You deserve it. You deserve to be in your feminine. You deserve to like have someone take care of you. Ugh. Okay, let me pull up your next question here. Always with the good advice. Thanks, girl. All right, Marco's intentions with Virgo, please. I think, guys, I'm nearing my end. So I'm going to go ahead and do a last call. I was thinking about, like, you're welcome, Virgo, of course. That's what I'm here for. I was thinking about just not putting a last call and just letting the list come to a natural end, but I think I'm running low on steam here. So let's do a last call for anyone that wants to donate. Lala, I know you said you have to be here for your reading to redeem it, but I know you've been waiting for a long time. And granted, it is Saturday night, but if you can't hang around, you can leave your question with me, and I'd be happy to do it. All right, Marco's intentions with Virgo. Marco's intentions with Virgo. This is someone that wants to stay in your orbit, Virgo. This is someone that wants to stick around. They want to. I don't know if I'm getting like solid, stable energy. I feel like it's like more like in and out, in and out. But this is someone who wants to, however long you will have him in your orbit, your energy, however long you will entertain him, he's here to stay. I do have the Queen of Wands and the Knight of Wands. We all know what that means. Whenever I see that, it indicates this is a good match, but it indicates that he is not maybe mature enough, or he has not had enough personal development to be someone deserving of you at this time. I think that he really like adores you. I think he really likes you. You have the Ten of Cups. I'm kind of hearing like follow you around like a lost puppy dog, but I don't feel like he's where you need him to be. You're here saying I want to be in my soft feminine, and I don't think he's here to lead. I think that he really wants to have a lot in common with you. I essentially feel like he has a big crush on you. Like that's what it feels like to me. But I don't know how like life partner coded that he is for what you would need. Um I feel he's like wagging his tail and like panting like a dog. Like I feel like he's got good like energy. Um And not to say that he can't grow up. It's not to say that he can't do that. I'm just wondering what are his motivations as far as like his aspirations. What does he want to do? Can he take care of you? You know what I mean? Like that's I guess where I'm kind of stuck here. Um what are your just out of curiosity, what are your feelings for him? Like what are you picking up on? I know that you said he's new. You just want to ask. Um I feel like he really likes you. There's that at least. I mean, here's the thing. This guy, this is the energy of I like you so much that I would consider like changing myself to be what you want or what you need. But the thing is that and I'm just going to give you like sage wisdom here. You want someone who already comes that way. You don't want someone who loves you so much that they'll do anything to keep you, that they'll then change themselves to be something that you want. Because while that's very sweet and kind and beautiful of someone to be selfless like that, it's not who they naturally are. And you want someone who's going to come in and just be naturally that way, not that you're asking them to do something different. He's not thirsty, which is good. Yeah, that's awesome. That's great. I think you'll learn more as time goes on that he's crushing pretty hard on you. Um, but I think really just depends on how far you're going to let this go. I think because I see him here with the 6 of Cups, like I want to keep coming back around. I want to keep being in your orbit. So I think this is going to be up to you to determine like when you're going to cut shit off, if you're going to cut shit off, or if you're going to keep exploring it and see what happens. Is this person at a distance from you? I only ask because I have the world and this talks about like travel. Um, the world also too, if you think about a globe, so you think about like locale, location, things of that nature. I just thought I'd ask. I just don't know if you guys are well aligned right now. And Virgo, I feel like you've wasted so much time on people. And I just want you to have someone who's good for you right away. Like the energy of that other guy that we talked about, like that's the kind of energy I want to see. Do you know what I mean? The other guy that we're talking about, the one that I felt was like the best match for you so far. That's what you want to see in a reading. And even though that may have not worked out, or maybe it's still up in the air, that's like more like what I'm talking about. Not too far. Okay. Well, I just thought I would ask just because it was there. Okay. So, what is your next question on the BOGO? Yeah. Hey, Bahar. So sorry. We are not doing free readings anymore. I'm actually doing a last call on my list at the moment. My my free list closed actually 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago. Yeah, that the Cancer. That's what I thought. I thought it was a Cancer, but I was like, I don't know. I was second guessing myself. Anybody can donate that is here that would like to donate, but I will be closing my list very soon. Yes, we can check it. Aurelio's energy. Lala, you can post your question now. I'm wrapping up on Virgo's reading at the moment. Aurelio's energy towards Virgo. I would say he's probably missing you, Virgo. We have the Five of Cups that I'm speaking on at the moment. And to me, that kind of feels like he feels separated from you. He feels um, at a distance, and there's a lot of sadness when it comes to you. Um, and that could be because he misses you, or, well, I'll say, and also, um, because I think that it's kind of like a pang in your heart, like when you think of someone that you can't be with and or you're not with and you want to be. It's kind of bittersweet. I feel quite a few waste of my time. Honestly, Cancer is great. You too. He wasn't, and I didn't hear from him. Oh dang. Which in a way was a blessing. Yeah, yeah. I got you. Lala, I have your question. So yeah, I feel like there's like this bittersweet. I think maybe he can't help himself but to think of you, but he doesn't like thinking of you because I think that it makes him feel, I don't know, there's no better word than bittersweet. It's like when you want to be with someone and you can't, or you want to be with someone and you're not. It's like it's like it's sweet because you have all these feelings for them and it's fun to think about them, but it's bitter because the reality suddenly hits you, kind of knocks you on your ass, and you're like, oh. And I think he thinks about you all the time. Nine of Swords. Um, and I think honestly, like this thoughts of you kind of make his stomach drop. Like, they say, like, oh, like my stomach dropped, or it's like that sinking feeling. Like, that's, I think, and I hear like he tries to keep busy as well. Um, what's his energy towards her, please? He keeps saying one day, one day, one day. Isn't that like a commercial? One day. It's getting late, guys. I'm getting silly and crazy, but I swear to God, there's a commercial that sings one day. I don't know what it is, but I know it in my head. So I feel like for him, with the Seven of Pentacles and the Two of Wands, that's feeling like he's saying one day. One day I can be with her. One day I can prove myself. I can show up for her. I can be the man that she wants me to be. But it's like one day because the Seven of Pentacles with the Two of Wands indicates like, oh, in the future. I've got to wait still. It's not ready still. I got to wait. It's like pulling a unripened piece of fruit and eating it. It's like not ready. Um, and he's saying like in when the timing is right, Wheel of Fortune. But I think he's saying, I worry that she's growing bitter with me. I worry that she's getting impatient. I worry that she's growing angry at my inability to act. Um, I feel like he's worrying that you're turning into the ice queen when it comes to him, that eventually you will just give up on him. That's what he's saying. He's saying, at what point, how many times can I disappoint her where she completely turns away from me for good? There is this defensiveness that he's sensing with you. So we have the Queen of Swords holding her sword, and we have the Queen of Wands holding her wand. So he's noticing that chill in the air. that's like, I guess, developing over time. Where you're sitting here like defending yourself. You've got like you're armed, you know, you've got this barricade in front of you. And I think he just doesn't want you to grow cold because of him or towards him. Um, but I think that is a big fear of his. Do you have any questions, Virgo? Okay, girl. Well, I really hope that things turn around for you. I hope everything goes well with your son's surgery. You'll have to check back in and let me know how it goes. But I'm sending a lot of love your way for all of that, for everything we talked about tonight. Of course, of course. Thanks for stopping in. It was good seeing you. Okay, next up we have Lala. Lala won the giveaway. Congratulations. So we had a giveaway today for once we hit 25 likes on the live stream, and whoever was in here at that time got to participate in the giveaway. It's my only catch because I can't chase people around YouTube to try to find them if they won. So my only request and requirement is that once we hit 25 likes, the winner will be chosen by the people in the room. You must be present to win, and then you also must be present to redeem. So like, let's just say you won. Lala, I'm shuffling for you. Let's just say you won, but then when it was your turn to redeem your reading, you didn't show up, and I ended the live stream, then you forfeit your giveaway. So that's really my only requirement, but it's up for grabs. It's up for grabs for anybody to win. And it is picked at random. If you're the only one in the room, then you win by default. So it's pretty simple. So Lala won a free mini reading with me tonight, and that's just my way of thanking you guys for supporting me, supporting my channel. I know not always everyone can donate, and I try to make myself accessible as much as I can. The giveaway thing's new. It's recent as of the last couple of weeks, but I've always given away free readings. And then another second affordable way to get readings from me is through my live streams. Those are discounted rates through my live stream. And then my most, I would say, expensive readings are private readings, which are open to anyone that is interested. You can book through my link tree to get a private reading with me, and those prices are listed on my calendar. All right, so this is for Lala. How will my relationship between Gideon and I be for the rest of Gemini season? So much is up in the air. He may be moving 6 hours away. Oh, it's why you want to have the talk. Okay. How will the relationship between Gideon and Lala be for the rest of Gemini season? I can't believe we're in Gemini season, guys. Like, I just literally can't believe it. When someone said that to me, I don't remember who it was, and I was like, holy shit, we are in Gemini season. Because I'm a Gemini. And I'm like, holy crap, my birthday is right around the corner. That just like freaked me out. I just don't know how we got here so fast. How will the relationship between them be for the rest of Gemini season? I will say, Lala, I'm gonna be honest with you, it feels pretty shaky. There's so much love here, and like you said earlier, there's such a strong bond between you guys. Ooh, happy birthday, everyone. Um, but I think that this is a big, big elephant in the room for your relationship, and I think that it's requiring a lot of navigating to determine like what you guys want from this. This feels pretty shaky. Um, Question, if he moves, are you willing to move with him? That is my question for you. And you can answer me. Maybe it's something you've already thought about, but for some reason that thought came into my mind, so I wanted to say it out loud. I see here the very first card is Eight of Cups. When does he plan on moving to? Is that during Gemini season? I have here Eight of Cups, which means abandoning plans or moving on. I don't like this card because it's not very clear if he's going to change his mind about moving or if he is going to move. But the Eight of Cups typically means like moving forward, moving on. So something tells me he's leaning in the direction of moving away. You love being with him. Okay, perfect. So I'm like, I don't know why, but I felt like I got a divine message that you might have to move with him in order to sustain this relationship. I see this as like a lot of stress on you guys. It's a lot of thinking, a lot of navigating. And Lala, I think that when you have this conversation with him, I'm being told that it's important that you let him know that no matter what, you want to make this work with him. So let's come to an agreement together. That's something that I feel like he probably needs to hear. Um, I I feel almost like he feels an obligation. Does he feel, would this resonate with you that he feels obligated to move? Like, does he feel like this is almost against his will, or he can't pass up this opportunity to, like, this is like a once in a lifetime thing? It feels like some type of obligation or something that he's like, I need to do. Like, I just have to do this for me. I have to do this for this, or what, I don't know what this is, but it feels almost like um you'll have to tell me. He said his plan was to move, but only temporary because he's trying to get his stability, right? Um, I get that. I get that. He did share that with me. Yes, his family is guilting him into moving. Okay. Yeah. Um, he's taken on too much, Lala. I'm definitely get that. The stress of this is, even if he decides to stay, Lala, the guilt and the stress of this is going to continue for him. So, that's going to be hard. It's going to be hard either way for him. I feel like he's being put in an impossible situation at this time. And they're showing me that if he moves, he's going to feel guilt. And if he doesn't, he's going to feel guilt. So, he invested in a home, but things just didn't go as planned. So he feels like he doesn't have a choice. He feels like this is something he has to do. That makes sense. I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. Was this due to underhanded behavior, Lala? Did someone like deceive him or trick him? I don't know. I'm very called to the Seven of Swords where like there was something that was hidden that he didn't know about. Amy, yeah, I'm still here. And that's what I don't want. I'd rather him move. We work on figuring out long distance. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that as long as he feels your support, it's gonna be good. I don't necessarily feel like instability in your relationship per se because you lay your feelings out on the table, but I think that this is feeling shaky as far as is he going to move, is he not going to move? And that's still, I feel like that's still up in the air well into Gemini season. I don't know like what time he was planning on moving or when he was planning on moving, but I feel like this unstable, like shaky ground feels like it's well into Gemini season. There was trickery. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. So I think that something to consider about him, they're telling me that he feels a sense of failure. And I don't know if he's telling you that out loud, but he is feeling a sense of failure um, when it comes to this. Even though he was deceived, he's taking the blame. He's putting the blame on himself for this. So I see the trickery had to do with winning at all costs. Someone who just wanted to have the upper hand and get the win. Um, it may require Lala. It may require him to move. I'm gonna be honest with you. Um, but I think you guys will be able to work it out. He's not, but it shows. He feels the world is against him. Oh. He's just trying to get on top. He's trying to, I mean, what most of us are trying to do. We're just trying to get ahead, you know? We're tired of breaking even or coming out short. Like, and I'm really, really sorry that that happened to him. It's frustrating because if this was like a big company that was buying out the house, this would just be a wash to them and they'd be like, oh, whatever, moving on to the next thing. But when you're putting in your own hard earned money into something, it's personal. And I'm really sorry that that happened to him. Um, Amy says, I'm literally just about to touch up the color on my hair. How fun! His family? Excuse me? Wow, 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 wow. Blindside. I did not see that coming. I did see a King of Wands and a Three of Pentacles. I guess I could have interpreted that as multiple people, but family is a blindside for me. Wow. Damn, Lala. Well, he needs you, and I hope you guys can fight your way through this because I feel like you guys are going to need to lean on each other for sure. All right. Lala, I hope you enjoyed your reading. Congratulations again. Shamika, if you are here, please check in with me. Oh, whoops. You're welcome. Absolutely. All right, so I have Shamika for a in-depth reading, and then I have Elisa for 2 mini readings. So Elisa and Shamika, you guys want to post your questions? I'm actually gonna post all this clothes now. Because your girl's getting tired. It's crazy because like I love doing what I do, but reading for like 4 hours feels like the equivalent of working at a full-time job for 8. I did a full-time job for 30 plus years of my life, and I can say without a doubt, doing readings for people is more exhausting by probably double than working a full-time job. And I don't know if it's because I'm going boom, 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 back to back to back, or what it is, but I'm trying to hang in there for the rest of y'all still on my list. Okay. So, Shamika, I have your question. Elisa, I see that you're still posting, so I'm going to let you do your thing while I work on Shamika's reading. Shamika for an in-depth. Thank you for your patience, Shamika. I know you've been waiting for like 45 minutes, so thanks for hanging out. How is William feeling about me not letting him come to see me? I said no because I feel like it's other women he's dealing with, as well as his son's mom. Okay. I'm shuffling for you, Shamika, right now, but I'm going to be on mute for just a second. I'm back. Sorry, that was my husband. He was calling me. He got off of work. Okay, how is William feeling about Shamika not letting him come see her? Thank you, Elisa. I got you, girl. How is he feeling about her not letting him come see her? He doesn't like it. Okay, so the first thing I heard was no. Like, basically, no. Just no. I'm not happy about this. I see him here as the Knight of Swords and the Knight of Wands. So something tells me that he might normally get away with coming in to hang out with you, making last minute plans. Maybe you feel like a matter of convenience, possibly. I don't want to put words in your mouth, of course, but this is kind of like the energy here of him feeling like he can just kind of slide in and out when he wants to. And it's a very impulsive, it's very hasty, it's not like necessarily thought out. And it feels like to me that he is used to being able to just charge in, and the fact that he doesn't have access to you is not okay with him. He's not happy about it. Um, I would say, Shamika, believe it or not, you are probably his favorite. And that's probably not flattering to you. That probably gives you the ick, maybe. But you are like his number one choice, I guess. Ugh, I'm sorry. I felt gross even saying that out loud. But he looks at you as like someone who he's the most attracted to, I would say. And he likes spending time with you the most. Um, I feel like he thinks sometimes that he's getting away with stuff that he's actually not getting away with. I always say a man will respect a woman more that respects herself more than a woman who doesn't and lets him do what he wants. Exactly, exactly. Pisces, sure, if you want to donate, that's fine. Go ahead. 100% Shamika, you're the one that's setting that, you're drawing that line in the sand, and he is disappointed to say the least. He is probably like very devastated or like broken up about this because I have the Five of Cups and the Queen of Wands, and everyone knows in tarot that the Five of Cups indicates like deep sadness or deep disappointment. How is he feeling about her not letting him come see her? How is he feeling? Honestly, Shamika, I don't think he's mad. Like, I don't think he's like mad at you for this, for your decision. I think he's upset. I think he's disappointed. But he's not like, I don't feel that he's getting an attitude necessarily. I think he's trying to defend himself. And I think he's trying to, like, I guess, excuse away his behavior or explain himself. But I don't think that he's getting angry about this. I feel like this will be an attempt for him. He will try this again. He will try to see you, hang out with you, attempt to communicate with you. I have the Eight of Wands. Now, while, wow, this is crazy. Shamika, I feel like your intuition is so on point because I have the Four of Cups and the Seven of Cups, and they're coming out together. And the Four of Cups talks about how, oh, well, since she rejected me, because, right, Four of Cups talks about you refusing his offer. So since she rejected me, Seven of Cups, I'm going to just choose the next one. Are you kidding me? He's like, who's next on my roster? Are you kidding me? Wow. If I could send you this picture, I would. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's literally him going, oh, you don't want my cup? Let me see who wants my cup. That's what this is. You don't want my cup of love? Then I'm going to see who else wants it. I had to set that boundary because I feel as though other women don't, to be me. Women that are desperate for a man, but I'm not. Girl, yes, 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 yes. I'm 100% in agreement with that. And you set your standards, right? So let's see, you felt that as well. Let's see. I just want to ask to round out your reading. I kind of want to know, does he think he's going to get another chance? Because I know he's going to try again, but I'm wondering if he really thinks he can persuade you. So I'm going to, just out of curiosity. He thinks he can persuade you, Shamika. I think that he thinks that he can weasel his way back in. I see here with the Eight of Pentacles, he's saying he's just going to try harder. He's just going to apply more effort and see if that like sways you or not. Because I have the Eight of Pentacles, the Two of Cups, Page of Cups, and Four of Wands. He'll respect me more and appreciate me more, but I'm not taking no crap. I love that. I love that for you. Did you have any final clarification that you needed on this reading at all? You're welcome, Pisces. No, that's all, ma'am. Thanks so much. You're welcome, Shamika. Thank you for your donation and your support tonight. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. I hope everyone's having a good weekend. I know most people get a 3-day weekend, so hopefully this was just day one for you of a long weekend. Okay, so next we have Elisa. Elisa is doing too many readings. So Elisa, if you want to drop an emoji, let me know you're here. I'm going to look at your question now. Okay. I had an agreement with my mother and I was hurt. Eventually, I ended up saying hurtful things to her. Oh, I regret doing that. Not appreciating the steps forward we took in our relationship. Like I overstepped spiritual boundaries with her, and I'm awfully sorry. Will we be able to overcome this? Any advice, even spiritually? All right. Okay. Let me see. Hey, girl. You got a 3-day? Yeah, get yourself some rest. Relax. Enjoy your weekend. All right, Elisa, I'm shuffling for you now. All right, Spirit. This is about Elisa and her mom. Will they be able to overcome this disagreement? You're welcome. Oh, Amy, I'm sorry. If you're still in here, I saw you were typing to me while I was doing a reading. Um, and I never even got back to you. You said, oh, that's like 3 hours watching your kids at work feels like 6. Hope the color comes out good. Going for copper, low key scared. Oh, I could have helped you answer that question, Amy, about developer. If you still have a question about your color, let me know. I am a cosmetologist after all. Will they be able to overcome? So Elisa, this is definitely going to be a slow roll. I feel like your mom is very, very set in her ways. I see that here with the Emperor, is that nothing is gonna change her mind. She's not here to like learn something new or discover herself. She is who she is. I see that you guys will overcome this for sure. It's definitely going to take some time to rebuild, and almost my advice would be like third party observation. And what I mean by that is like counseling therapy. I see here the Devil, the Seven of Cups, the Ten of Pentacles, Judgment, Seven of Swords, Emperor, and the Five of Pentacles. And the way that I'm seeing it is this was like, would you agree this might be one of the worst fights you've ever had? Because I have the Devil here, and this is like really, really bad energy. It's like almost, to me, it kind of feels like the Tower a little bit. I'm surprised I don't have the Tower here, actually. Um, And I see the Seven of Cups indicating that you have to look into other modalities, other options for you to be able to work through this, because it's just not working with just the two of you. Even though you guys have had major strides, like you mentioned, you guys have taken some steps forward. The devil is definitely what got over me when I spoke my mind. Girl, I'm so sorry. I think the biggest step is remorse, like apologizing. You will get over it. I have the Ten of Pentacles and the Judgment card, and that indicates it will all's well that ends well. Everything will be fine in the end. Ten of Pentacles talks about family, and it talks about more specifically family happiness. I can imagine, Elisa. I know there's certain people out there, they just like they're reactors. Like my sister admits that about herself all the time. She said, I get so mad I see red and like I can't even like control myself. And it's something that she's really had to work on. I'm not like that. I'm on the opposite side. I'm more maybe I forgive too easily. But you know, some people are just wired that way. And I think that that's just something you have to be aware of. And it sounds like to me that you are very like regretful, remorseful, and I think that that's something that needs to be said at some point as soon as possible. Being in a bad place with a parent who you want to have a good relationship with is always very, very hard. And we don't know what tomorrow brings. And my advice is get this rectified as soon as you can. It is going to take time to build back, but at least if you know you're taking the action steps, then no regrets. I should have just shut up. Yes, it felt like I was finally speaking my mind and it went too far. Yeah, 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 yeah. And I also see with the Judgment card, you guys will find healing. So, Judgment talks about absolution. And when we talk about absolution, we're talking about forgiving each other, but we're also talking about forgiving ourselves. Because sometimes we hold on to things and we need to absolve the things that we've done. So, if she forgives you, you also need to forgive yourself. And that's nobody really thinks about that. Everyone wants the other person's forgiveness. Everyone wants the clarity from that other person, but you kind of forget like if you did something wrong and you got their forgiveness, then you also are holding on to that guilt and maybe you feel you don't deserve to be forgiven. So then it's like extra complicated. So you have to keep that in mind as well. The Judgment is saying, I forgive you, I forgive myself, you forgive me, we can move on, we can heal. And Judgment also talks about like a rebirth or renewal of your relationship, having a new start or a new chapter. And it's basically saying, I respect who we used to be and I appreciate who we used to be because now we are here in this better place, but I don't ever want to go back. I'm going to pay my respects to the versions of us that got us here, but that's where I'm going to leave it. And I'm getting information that you can't keep holding stuff in either. So things have to be expressed as it's happening. So just not to keep like bringing it back to myself, but I like to give examples. My family has a lot of healing where we've always been tiptoeing around each other, very afraid to like say things to each other or bring things up. We have an issue in our family with transparency and speaking about each other, you know, not badly, but speaking about things rather than going directly to the source. And then a lot of telephone hearsay happens, and then a lot of issues happen for no reason. And so we've made this agreement, me and my sister, my brother, where and my mom and everybody that's involved, like, we are going to be transparent with one another. We don't know how we got here, but if something comes up that's bothering me, number one, I handle it immediately. I am going to immediately say if something rubs me the wrong way. And I'm also going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And also, if I say something to someone else, I'm also going to tell you too. So there's a measure of transparency, giving the benefit of the doubt, and addressing the issue immediately. And I feel like that's something that you need to hear. We don't want to let things bottle up. You know what I mean? Not for a long time. We definitely want to address things as they're happening, because what happens is it's just giving more ammo to then go off like the handles later on. When we address things when they're small, then they can only get so out of hand. But they keep building and building and building under the pressure, then it's a bomb. Initially, we are so uneducated in this kind of conversation generally. Yeah, it's something you have to learn, and if you aren't taught it, then you have to kind of figure it out for yourself, and it's difficult. Um, and that's because, Elisa, you guys have triggers. So there's, you got to keep in mind, you trigger each other, right? But being triggered indicates a part of ourself that needs to be examined. So try to use it as a blessing that she triggers you, and figure out, well, where does this stem from? Why do I feel this way when she does this? Try to give it a birthplace. Say, and also you can post your next question when you're ready, but try to figure out as far back as it goes, when did you first feel this feeling? And it may be by her or it may be by someone else, but once you can kind of pinpoint it and give it an origin, it can no longer control you, because then the triggers only trigger you because you don't understand them. And then once you can understand them, then you can put logic behind it. So when you feel triggered, you can go, I only feel this way because of this, not because of what's actually happening. And it may still make you feel uncomfortable, but it's not going to trigger you, not like how it did when you didn't understand it. Yes, we do. I feel a lot has to do with our earlier relationship. And a lot of resentment came out because my efforts to heal were unsuccessful with her. Yeah, yeah. It's difficult. It's difficult. And like the best way we can love our parents too is understanding that they may not change as far as like their viewpoints and their what they stand for and what they believe and what their morals and values and traditions are and all of that stuff. But what we can hope for is more effective communication and the way that we speak to each other moving forward. Maybe she's like, I can't change who I am. Right. But we're not asking her to change who she is fundamentally. We're asking her to do better in her actions moving forward, and there's a difference. Okay. Well, when I eventually reconnect romantically, we talked last 3 weeks ago. Like, holding yourself accountable, Elisa, being responsible for your actions and owning up to them is a big deal. It's a big sign of maturity. And like, it's one thing to think it, but to actually like say it out loud is very, very mature. All right. Pisces 22, if you're in here, please post your question. You are my last reading of the night, and I'm about to get started on yours. We're wrapping up Elisa's readings now. All right. Will F and Elisa eventually reconnect romantically? Thank you, Pisces. Mhm. I'm gonna double check this one, Elisa, with the pendulum because I feel wishy-washy. Will they eventually reconnect romantically? F and Elisa. All right, Elisa, I am getting a yes with the pendulum. Sometimes, like with the tarot cards, like if I'm getting like a in and out energy, like a maybe kind of thing, it makes me feel like it's still on the table. I'm not writing it off. I know you're looking for like a guaranteed confirmation, and from the energy that I feel with confirming with the pendulum is that yes, the answer is yes. Um, Regardless, the door is not shut on this connection. Let's see. What else can I pull from this? Two of Pentacles. So, per usual, this kind of goes without saying, but Two of Pentacles can indicate like that you guys need to be on the same page in order or like in alignment for this to work. And this can indicate that you guys have a lot going on individually that's making it difficult for your connection itself. I see as you have personal development, Elisa, this strengthens your chances of getting back together with this person. So I'm always going to advocate for that feels good. Yeah. I'm always going to advocate for personal growth and healing. I think being a better version of yourself is never wrong. And I think that there's some type of like spiritual transformation and personal development that happens within you that allows for you to be more, I guess, perceptive or have a better level of understanding of what your relationship is with F. And I feel like Ace of Swords here is saying that there will be new communication between you. This is not like over, right? Page of Cups says that there is a maybe like a deep bond or not unexpected connection, but like you guys have a bond. You guys have like you can feel it. It's like other people can feel it. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I'm losing my words. I'm running out of like steam for the night. That other people see it when you guys are together. Do you know what I mean? So it's like it's not just between the two of you. It's like it can, they say you can cut the tension with a knife. Like it's like other people can see what you guys have. Um, or they will. They do or they will. I'm not sure which one. If other people see you together, then I'm going to use that as present tense. But I do see that this connection does give you a lot of strife. Is strife the right word? Spirit sometimes will give me words that I don't use in my normal vernacular. And I'm like, what? Yeah, conflict, grief. I feel like this relationship can give you a lot of like sleepless nights. That could be a metaphor, cliche, not like literally, but it could be literally. You also lose sleep over this person. Um, and maybe just like unsettled feelings when it comes to them. You said, I feel such a great connection. Yeah, we do, despite what happened with my mom. That would indicate the opposite. I'm growing my connection with myself to get ready. Thank you so much for this. Some hope. Wow, how lovely. I feel so too. Yes, that is what I have for you, girl. Thank you so much for your donation tonight. All right. Most likely last reading of the evening, Pisces. I am throwing it out there really quickly, guys, that I have decided that I have one more in-depth reading in me. So if anybody wants to donate for that, you can. If nobody claims it, I'm just going to sign off for the night. Maybe that's my indication. I just need to go. All right. So this is for Pisces. Pisces says, I received a reading from you a week ago. I noticed that my boss was upset with me due to speaking up. You're welcome, Elisa. You're so, so welcome. I hope you enjoyed your readings with me. Oh, you said great readings. Good. Have a good night. I noticed that my boss was upset with me due to speaking up. You mentioned he's really looking out for me. I do remember this. Yes. And that the cards are showing love cups with him. Right. I feel he had a little crush and wondering his feelings about me on a deeper connection. Interesting. Okay. So you felt he had a little crush. Okay. So I'm getting the Eight of Swords and the King of Cups. This tells me that the crush is here. You're welcome, Elisa. That the crush is here. There is a crush. He can't do anything about it. He's saying he can't act on it. But there is a crush here. There is restriction. King of Cups, Eight of Swords, but he feels like there's nothing he can do about it. So he's kind of just trying to look out for you. What are his feelings? On a deeper level, what are the boss's feelings for Pisces on a deeper level? What are the boss's feelings for Pisces on a deeper level? He's looking at you saying that he feels like you're a missed opportunity, meaning like you're a missed connection. I don't know if you've heard of that term before, but essentially where it's like you were someone that I would have wanted to talk to or meet up with, but we missed out on that connection or missed out on the opportunity. There actually was like something back in the day with like missed connections that if you saw someone that you liked but didn't like approach them or get their number, you could like post on missed connections and like describe who they were and where you saw them and see if you could like connect with them. So I feel like for him, he's saying it's a misconnection. He's saying it's an offer that I can't make. He Lots of restrictions. Yes, 100%. Ten of Swords. He's saying, like, my happiness is cut off. I feel defeated because I can't act on these impulses. And I feel like he has a lot of impulse because the Knight of Swords is here, and that talks about kind of like rushing in and taking things that you want and acting on your feelings without thinking things through. And I think that's really how he would like to act with you, is just kind of rush in. Um, Sorry. I think I'm losing my voice from talking for over 6 hours. I feel like he's trying to kind of keep himself distracted with work as to not think about it, but he can't help himself but be excited when he sees you. I would say, honestly, I don't think that he has deep feelings for you. But I would say that he's definitely attracted. There's definitely a crush and an energy of him like looking forward to seeing you. But because he is stopping himself from going there with you, he um, has not had the ability to explore his feelings on a deeper conscious level. And it's probably just because he keeps trying to like stunt himself, like stop himself from feeling this way. Um, I feel like he's saying my hands are tied right now, but if anything changes with our career, I'll come back to you. That's what I feel like. So, what he means by that is his hands are tied right now. He can't do anything right now, but he's saying that if something happens and you leave your job or he does, that he'll come back to you as long as he's available and you're available. He told me one time that I could cough on him anyway. Oh my God. I was sick one day, but I didn't respond to that comment. Oh, cough on you anytime? Oh, he's flirting with that line, girl. Um, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Your feelings are correct. And honestly, I feel validated because I was feeling that in the reading that I did, and I remember this one like the back of my hand because you weren't here for it. It was a reading that I did, and you weren't here for your reading, but I did it anyway, and you had to come back to it because I remember doing the reading and being like, "Oh, I wish she could confirm this for me or not." And I kept like teetering back and forth, like, do I talk about the romance? Do I not? Do I talk about this? Do I not? And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. If it's in my mind, I'm gonna say it. And so I said it. But yeah, Pisces, that is what I've got for you for that one. It's confirmation, and also thank you for coming back and confirming me as well. If someone said that to me, I would be like, they want my germs. Cause you know what? You know what, Pisces? This guy is like hurting. There's like some tension there for sure. Because I will tell you right now, my husband loves me head to toe. Well, I wouldn't say to toe. He doesn't like feet, but head to, he loves me through and through, okay? He would never say to me to cough on him. He would never tell me I could cough on him anytime. But we're also like germaphobes and OCD, kind of like crazy about like germs. But I will tell you right now, this guy has a kink for you because no man, no matter how much they like you, is going to just willingly tell you that. And granted, he wasn't saying literally cough on me. I mean, maybe unless he was. I feel like it was just a way for him to flirt with you to word it that way. I don't think he thinks you would take him literally. But still, to speak those words, no, never heard my husband say that to me ever in my life. And we've been together for 8.5 years. So I was on it. Yeah, vindication. All right, guys. Uh, Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Sounds good, Pisces. So let's keep rolling here. You can take that last spot. I'll remove it. That way no one else can take it. Let me know when that comes through. I'm coming. I'm coming. You know what's crazy is Gunnar has been hiding all night long, and he hears you, and then he's at the door. He's been underneath the phone. You see his snacks.
Really?
Yeah. Baby.
I got caught in like torrential downpour. Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see. Pisces, let me know once you sent it, because I'm just waiting for it to come through. He's so scared. So she was, this person I'm reading for right now, she was telling me, and you can react organically because I was telling her how you would react if someone said this. But she basically thinks that someone like has interest in her, and I guess he like was flirting with her and like had told her that she was sick one day, and he told her that she can cough on him anytime. What's your reaction to that?
No, thank you.
He said no thank you.
Keep your germs to yourself.
Keep your germs to yourself. I told you. Do I know him or do I know him? His eyes got wide and he was like, no thank you. Okay, looks like I got it. Wondering what's coming in love, single, hardworking, and good looking. I like it. Wondering what's coming in love. That's the right stuff right there.
You ready for night night?
I don't know if he's ready, baby, because it's been raining and I think he's a little scaredy cat. What's coming in love? They can be out for a little while longer because I'm gonna be up. I still have to shower and eat some food. And you're gonna get in the shower. So if they're not chasing you down the hallway, don't worry about it.
Well, they were, and then he like swerved to the box. So.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy. You gotta hang out a little bit longer, buddy.
What's coming in love? Coming in love. So Pisces, I'm seeing the word culmination, and so whenever I see that, I'm hearing like it takes time. This is something that's going to take time. It's going to work for you. It's going to pay off in the end, but this isn't something that can be rushed. Now, I am seeing Page of Pentacles here, and so that indicates to me that what's around you right now are just people who are like, well, they showed me in my head, they showed me the word gnats. So like just like little pesky little things like gnats and bugs and flies and whatever. I feel like it's not anything substantial. It's just kind of like a nuisance or an annoyance. Things, people that are not living up to your expectations. Um, and considering that you don't have any kings around, we don't see any emperors in this reading, makes me feel like maybe this is just not the time for love, which I hate to say that because love is so special, but sometimes we find that person at different times in life. And I just think maybe right now you're just too high vibe. Like, being single, hardworking, good looking sometimes means that anything is going to be attracted to us. So, what we need to find someone that is in our, like, that is on our level. And a lot of times that means slimmer pickings. Um, think of it as like, I always try to describe this, but let's just say you are resonating at a frequency, let's just say 500. Okay, you're resonating at a frequency of 500. Anything from 500 and below to zero is going to be attracted to you because you are a higher vibration. So everything's going to be flying to you like a magnet. That could be a 20, a 30, a 100, a 200, a 300. And we're talking vibrations. We're talking lower vibrations, people that aren't like mature, people that have commitment issues, people that aren't here to like lead with you and be a partner. They're all attracted to you, but you're not attracted to them. What are you attracted to? 500s or above that. That's what you're attracted to. So either people on your level or higher. And the higher you go, the slimmer the pickings. So it's not that this is not here for you. It is not that love is not here for you. It's just you haven't met that person yet. And it's not like in your vicinity. It's not in your energy at the moment. This may require extending your reach. This may require doing things that you haven't done before that's going to help you meet that person. Maybe I mean I got to be honest, and I can say this because I met my husband on a dating site, but this was in 2015 when dating sites were still really taboo. They were like not really common. No one really did dating sites, and it was kind of like, oh, like you kind of like hid your face and people were like, oh, how'd you meet? But now dating sites are so commonplace. um but I met my husband, I met my love of my life on a dating site. But I have noticed that the less nuanced, I guess, the dating sites get, the more common they get, the more it's like bottom feeders there. Um, it's like there's no uniqueness on dating sites anymore. So maybe where you're going to find someone is outside of like your common stomping grounds. Um, maybe at a class if you're trying to get better. Maybe through like some type of group or some type of retreats, or like basically this is what I want you to think of. I want you to think of your ideal person. I want you to think of like everything that would be perfect about someone, what they look like, what how tall they are, what are their personality traits, what do they do for a living. And then I want you to think, is that person on a dating site? Hmm. um where would you meet that kind of person? And then try that. Try going there. Will they be at the gym? Go to the gym. Would are they like an amazing chef? Like, do you think that that would be great to have a man who knows how to cook? Maybe he's at the grocery store. Maybe you like a guy who's really handy and you can find him at Home Depot. um like I feel like just expand your reach and also know that it's also partly divine timing. Um, I just want you to not settle. And I see here with the Two of Swords dealing with people that don't really know what they want, and Page of Pentacles dealing with people who are immature, and Five of Cups dealing with people who just leave you disappointed, and Five of Swords who kind of like treat you or take advantage of you and treat you poorly. Eight of Cups, you don't really know where you stand. You constantly feel like this in and out energy. That's what's surrounding you right now. And but Ten of Pentacles, here's where your hope is. Ten of Pentacles is in the center of your reading, and the star is at the bottom of the deck. So that is the underlying energy. And it is saying it is here for you. And I'm talking marriage, if that's what you want. I'm talking life partnership is here for you, but it's a slow roll. It's something that is going to take time to develop. It's not something that's here for you right this second. Um, but I think that you can speed this timeline up by taking certain call to actions. So, Pisces, let me know if you have any follow up to that. You said you agree you've never been on one. So I was say I could talk shit because I met my husband on a dating site. But I will say this was I don't even it was OK Cupid, and it well, I believe I had to go on the site on my phone. I don't even think it was an app yet. It might have been. I'll have to talk to Brennan about it. But um I just I see way too much inorganic, like no substance type of connections that happen on dating sites, and I just feel like they're just too is convoluted the right word? No, it's not convoluted. It's concentrated maybe. I just feel like there's too many people who do it and it's not enough substance. You need to get out for sure. You work a lot. Yeah, so start spending time in places where your realistic ideal man would be. Or I should say woman. I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume here. Um but I think that putting yourself in those places is where you're going to meet people. You're going to meet people that you'll connect with a lot better. I do think that as a collective, we are working towards kind of going backwards in time a little bit in a sense of like having more organic conversations with people, trying to meet face to face. I think that people, even Gen Z people, are kind of getting tired of this like virtual everything, and people are looking for more sincere and genuine interaction. And so I do hope that at least in that regard we're going back to that, because I feel like that's what the point of life is. You met your ex-husband on MySpace back in 2007. Aww. 2007. That's when I graduated. My sister said that dating apps have turned to hookup. Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw that coming from a mile away, but it's even worse now. It's even worse. And I am a huge judge of that because my brother is on it and he is gay, and the lifestyle of gay men is so different. And it's like even more of a hookup culture than straight. Like it's just like what the hell. So I'm seeing it from all angles. I'm seeing it from like before it became popular, and I'm seeing it with like friends that are doing it, and then my brother, and I'm just like it's not for me. And I tell Brennan every single day, my husband, I'm like, thank you for marrying me so I can be done with this. I'm like, thank you. I'm so glad we found each other. I was like, we can never leave each other, because him and I are like, we are terrified of the idea of dating at our age or like any other date later on in life. We're just so grateful to have found each other when we did. But just keep in mind that everyone's on a different journey, and all you can do is what you can do. But definitely what you said about getting out more and, just putting yourself out there. And it doesn't have to be like every day, it can be just like every once in a while. You're welcome, Pisces. I hope you have a great rest of your night. 6 hours and 31 minutes and 28 seconds, guys. That's how long I've been here. So don't say your girl sleeps. I work. I get that money. I'm getting a little crazy right now, so I'm going to sign off before I embarrass myself further. Thank you so much for everyone that was here and supported me tonight. Oh, 2003. So, you know, and my husband was 2005, so we're like all around the same age. Um, Again, thank you so much for everything that you guys have done tonight. I feel so blessed to have a live stream like this evening. It's something I really needed, and I'm just grateful for it. Thank you for all the likes. Thank you for all the support, all the contributions, all that jazz. And I will see you guys next time. Have a great night, everyone. Bye, Pisces.